Hello, hello, good morning. But it seemed like there was dropping frames due to network for a second there, but currently it seems okay. I might have to adjust the bit rate though. Okay, wait, no, it's still dropping frames. Hold on. Hold on. I tried adjusting the bitrate because it said to on YouTube, but it seems like that was a bad idea. Okay, now it seems alright. 0% dropped frames. Okay. Okay, now everything seems alright. Yeah, on YouTube, there's like a warning that it's too low, but I guess I'll just ignore that. Because trying to raise it starts dropping frames. Yeah, what are you gonna do? Anyway. Back at, we were in the middle of getting yapped at. Ellie lost her mind or something. Hi, thank you. Hey, Sabat. Thank you. You're welcome. Cult of the Lamb. Nice makeup. And hey, Enjoy. Good morning. Speaking of YouTube, let me get the YouTube chat out here. I wonder if I could... I have a thing that can, like, combine different internet providers. I wonder if I can sustain a higher bitrate with that. Well, I'll figure that out later. Live chat. Okay, Ellie, what's up? My controller not working. Okay, there we go. You could say you escaped that destiny by existing through multiple generations. In actuality, there wasn't enough parts for Deus, but Corellin compensated for what was lacking. The reduction in the number of parts was due to the humans living through multiple generations. But that deficiency in the human factor was made up for by the nanomachines created by Corellin. Not only that, but his nanomachines added additional functions. Deus has thus evolved into the perfect weapon. Ellie. What has happened? Why do you know all that? I am Mia, the Keeper of Time, the representative of our god, Deus. I was born to guide the people towards the path of the resurrection of Deus. That's ridiculous. Mia was just... You're limited in your ability to understand. Mia's factory exists within all women. So wait, who was that just got killed? That was, like... That was just somebody else? She was just being possessed, like, this whole time? The one who transcends the generations, the caretaker of humans. I was wondering why they were calling her Elohim and Margie all the mother. When the previous one dies, somewhere another Mia is awakened. It is programmed into all women's DNA to be that way. Who inherits the duty is just a matter of probability, Faye. I mean, is it just like, what are the actual odds that you would switch from Mia to Ellie? That seems like a long shot, if so. I feel like you chose to do it in this case. That Mia over there and I are the same existence. We are all parts of Deus, all caretakers of humanity. Let us end this discussion now. Deus has awakened. I am one of the parts that compose Deus. Hence, I must become one with it. Ellie, why did it have to be you? If Mia is a part of Deus, why did it not happen earlier? Her awakening is incomplete. Nobody was talking to you. Nobody was talking to you. I don't want to hear your opinion, Corellin. Even if she is Mia, she is still not her true self. Her true self. Let's go, Corellin. After this planet's civilization will be erased and will return to its original state. I will accomplish this by becoming one with the final fragment of Deus. The event-changing engine Zohar, the power reactor that fell upon this planet, and became our genesis. Civilization's eradication? What do you mean by that? Who knows? Sooner or later, the being that created God will become an obstacle. That's why they must be eradicated. As for me, I'm simply programmed to act this way. Come. It is time for the awakening of the real mother. Please, wait, Ellie! Farewell, Faye. May you have a peaceful awakening. Kind of mixed on if I should have cut this off last time. I thought she was going to go on for a while, but that was only like 10 minutes. But that's still kind of long. She do kind of be yapping. I still don't quite understand, like... I understand their plan, but I don't get their motives. Like, creating this god machine weapon to rule the universe? To what benefit to anyone? Like, what does Krellin actually get out of this? I get that he, like, in his view, or I guess in some literal sense, humanity was created for this purpose, but, like, to what end? Ellie. Wait, Faye! Do not release the system! Satan, wait! We're only putting ourselves in danger. Let's get out of here for now. It's also sort of a weird situation in terms of pacing that the Vessels of Anima thing was basically a trap. It feels like a lot of the game was focused on that for it to just sort of be pointless. Like collecting all the Omnigears and everything. I don't know, I feel like either it should have been less or more of the game. The pacing is weird because of the way Disc 2 is. Like, I feel like if we got to play the events of Disc 2 out at a normal pace like Disc 1, it would feel like a big enough thing, gathering all the Vessels of Anima, that the twist of it would hit harder. And if it was shorter through the first game and Disc 2 to get everything together, it would make more sense that we were being tricked. But it's in this weird middle ground where it seems like it seems like we just didn't understand enough about the Vessels of Anima and just shot ourselves in the foot gathering them for no reason. Also because, like, it kind of frustrates me because there wasn't a big... Like, Bart said it at the time when he first got his Omnigear, but there wasn't a big difference in performance between it and his Brigadier. So ultimately, it turned out that the Vessels of Anima were only like a downside. We didn't really get anything that beneficial from having Omnigears. It eventually just made our gears inoperable when they served their purpose of delivering the Vessels of Anima to Deus. Oh, he's in the chair now. God, the interplanetary invasion weapon, Deus, had awakened to end its arc. Merkaba was activated. I wonder if I'm pronouncing that right. It doesn't seem like a German word. Deus began to absorb, one after another, the mutated people destined to be its parts, while the non-mutated would eventually only become a threat to it. To exterminate us and our civilization. I'd say actually the same as about the situation with the Varus now. As with the Vessels of Anima, it feels weird how deliberately we were working against ourselves based on information we didn't have. Like, it feels like if that took longer, it would hit more as a twist, or if it was shorter, it would make more sense that we were, like, being tricked by Corellin. But it's in this weird middle ground where it feels like it took a lot of time to no benefit to anyone except for the villains. Like, we got tricked because we didn't know what was going on adequately. It feels like, I don't know, I'm a little frustrated by twists like that, where it feels like we just didn't have enough information to put it together. The non-mutated would eventually only become a threat to it, to exterminate us and our civilization. It set into action. The planet's surface was devastated by Merkaba, and the weapons born from out of it, called the Seraph Angels. While pursuing the newly awakened Deus, we chanced upon Faye, whose whereabouts had hitherto been lost. And this is the big problem with this too and its pacing. Like Faye disappearing from the party and then being recovered happened in a few seconds. It has no impact if I don't get to actually play out any of the part where he's missing. I feel like this about, like, even at the beginning of this too, with Ellie being injured. Like, the amount of time she and Faye spent in a coma at Tora's house, it just doesn't exist for me. I'm told about it, but I don't actually feel it in the game. Along with his gear Welltail, discovered together at the place where Merkaba was originally located. We were overjoyed by Faye's return, but it was short-lived. For some unknown reason, Faye was found in a state of suspended animation. He did not regain consciousness. Well, did any of the other Fays regain consciousness? Did we turn id back on? The people of Shavat and ourselves feared a relapse of id's power, and had no choice but to put Faye into carbonite freeze. Really? Satana, is that, like, no choice? You couldn't have come up with anything else? Wouldn't id awakening actually be helpful here if it would, like, knock him out of this coma? I know that id is sort of a dangerous person, but I feel like that would at least be somewhat of an improvement given the current situation. Like, what do you, if everyone's gonna die anyway, what do you have to lose if id wakes up and kills everyone? Like, what's the actual even risk here? Your Majesty, why do the people of Shavat fear Faye so much? Yeah, it's the apocalypse, who cares? Like, well, he's like a violent person? Yeah, okay, like, we're in kind of a situation here, if you didn't notice. Even if Graph and Id's power is comparable, it is not that we fear him. We fear the error we ourselves committed, and now are simply trying to put a lid on it. The error that you yourselves committed? I'm kind of curious still, what was the Diablos then? We know a lot about the other history of the war, but the world, what happened with the war? Who were they fighting? Who did Graph side with exactly? Shivat instigated a battle 500 years ago to gain our independence from Solaris. However, we became overcome with the lust for power. Fearing the war-torn people's will would no longer be with Shivat, but with the Nessan Mother, and that the people would assemble under Sophia. The Council of Elders of Shivat back then made a deal with Solaris. A deal? Yes. At the time, Solaris, or the Gazelle Ministry to be exact, were at odds with a woman who held the real power behind the scenes. Would that happen to have been Mia? Is it the same Mia as our Mia, or is it a different Mia? Most probably it was. Could you turn into Mia, or is that different? Like, they did say all women. Fearing the increasing power of the masses assembling in Nessan, the Gazelle Ministry schemed to hand over to us their antagonist, Mia, and promised a division of the rulership over the Earth's surface. But in exchange, we had to give them the rebel army that had assembled in Nessan and also their patron, Sophia. The leaders of Shivat accepted, and it was decided that Nessan would be the location of the final decisive battle with Solaris. Shivat did not participate in that battle. Thwarted by the awesome number of the Solarian army, and with their path of retreat cut off, the Nessan rebel army ran out of options and was destroyed. Wafer, hello, good morning. Caught up in the middle of all this was Lacan, Bart's ancestor Ronnie, myself, and Karelin. So, this is actually an excellent time for you to explain to us. Is the Lacan you're talking about who lived in Nissan at the time, is that Graph or is that Faye? We haven't actually heard that much about Ronnie. We've heard a couple of things about Ronnie, but we haven't actually seen him in any of the flashbacks. You were also there? Yes. Surrounded on all sides, we were prepared to die. And then, the Rebel Force's flagship appeared with Sophia on board. She sacrificed herself so as to create a path for our retreat. Sophia's ship headed straight to the enemy main ship on a suicide attack. I like the sepia filter. I like the black and the white and the sepia filter because there's no context in universe for it. Like, we actually don't know if this is what film looked like 500 years ago. If anything, wouldn't it probably have been more advanced than any sort of AV technology they have now? Thanks to Sophia's sacrifice, we were able to survive. However, her death changed the fate of two men. Karelin, who followed closely under her as the leader of the Nessan's sex militia, completely lost faith after calling out to a god that would not respond. I will create God with my own hands. The last words he uttered before he disappeared. But why? Like, I kind of get it, but like, he's just gonna create a god that will kill everyone? Like, what would be the point? Like I, you know. Oh, hold on. Oops. I'll fix that later. Like, I don't... Like, the real complaint here is whether or not God exists. The fact that God didn't respond to him and, like... Or, the real complaint here is that God, like, didn't intervene to save Sophia. But all he's going to rectify by resurrecting Deus is the fact that God exists or not. In this given situation, if Deus was operational, it wouldn't have helped him either. So, how does this actually, like... ultimately help him? And Lacan, he resented himself for not having the power to do anything while she died in front of him, so he began to search for the legendary power. Yeah, what does Graf want anyway at this point? He said he's found the power, yeah? So now what? Legendary power. God's resting place, Macanon, the ground where God sleeps. The source of wisdom, Raziel, the vessels of anima that were created from God's wisdom, but the vessels of anima were a trick. Besides these, another legend exists, and that is Zohar. Zohar, Mia called that the power reactor of God, Deus, which is also the source of all our aether power. The phenomenon alteration system isn't the same name, is it? It would have to be one and the same thing. It is the place that contains the ultimate source of this world's power. It is said that not only he has the correct destiny would be able to discover its location. Losing all faith in humanity, Lacan sought after its power. Lacan became Graf, and the world collapsed. Okay, but why does Lacan look like Faye? This tragedy happened because of the people's lust for power. I must take part of the responsibility for not having been able to stop it. What were you... What do you mean? What were you possibly going to do in this situation? The climax of a 500-year... of the war 500 years ago? Like, responsibility for what? What did you... Like... What do you mean? What do you imagine you could have done to stop it? Would you even be able to do anything about that, like, now, if that happened again? And now Faye, the one who has the same power as Graf. We just wanted to seal up that dreadful power that arose from our own sinful deeds. Man, they don't for gore. Graf, the man once known as Lacan, sought after the power of Zohar, the one who has the same power as Graf, Faye. But Faye also has the same power as Carl and the same power as the Emperor, right? Evangelion last episode as shot, it do kind of be Evangelion out here. It do kind of be... We kind of need the end of Evangelion type situation. Like, I need somebody to just flat out explain to me what the motivations are, what's going on. It feels like people are doing things that, like, we're starting to get lore on what exactly is going on, but it feels like people's motivations aren't really that justified. Also, hey Ash. Ash, heal. Oh, Ash, can you go into, like, the mod thing on Twitch? I timed somebody out, but I meant to ban them. Because it was a bot. Ring racers. That's so true. Oh, well. Yeah, I missed. They're, like, timed out for 1,000,000 seconds instead of banned. I could fix it later, but as long as you're here. I had this premonition that Faye too would awaken and seek out that power. And that presentiment that took me a minute. I think they got banned from Twitch. They show, well, okay. Just as well. It became reality. That's oddly specific. I think it was a certain number of days I was trying to click the, like, band thing. I don't know. It is a misclick of sorts. They got our boy in the carbonite. Shouldn't he be all grayed out like Han Solo? Where am I? Who am I? That's a good question. Actually a valid question. I'm not sure who you are right now. This is my memory? Is it your memory? There's a couple of people in there. Doc. Bart. Rico. Wait, is that Billy? Is this the right order? Wiseman. No, you went Wiseman before Billy. Okay, this is definitely... His memories are just not in the right order at all. You met Graf before Bart, didn't you? Everyone, my memories. Ellie. Mother? Eh? Do you remember anything about her? Actually, you specifically shouldn't. You, like, Faye never met his mother. Even if maybe one of his other personalities did. Who are you? I'm surprised. That's pretty clever. You are id? Oh, you were the evil child form id. I misjudged you. I didn't expect you, the fake personality, would create a fourth persona. Damn it, he's fracturing even more? Extra disassociation? Fourth persona? He can't feel anything. He's shut up inside your ego. Where's our super ego? Suppressing facts and truths you won't face. You're afraid of them, so you desired to completely shut yourself off from the outside world. He needs to be more shut off from the outside world than frozen in carbonite? And so, you formed a fourth persona, a fourth Fae. The name doesn't matter. What is the first persona? If you're id and he's Fae, and we don't know what this one is named, what is the actual first persona named? Is that Lacan, or... He's the one on the stage. He's the one who's in control of our body. But it is a useless form of resistance. Come with me. Wait, what are you doing? He has the key. I merely want to borrow it. I've got to go somewhere. Are you coming too? Oh, here's Ronnie. He doesn't look that much like Bart, which is kind of surprising. Because Lacan and Sophia look exactly like Faye and Ellie. Or maybe he does. It's kind of hard to tell without the eye patch. I'm trying to think. If he had the eye patch, would he look like Bart? I guess so, right? Come on, guys. Eat up. You haven't been able to get this kind of food around here lately, have you? Well, this is also due to my business savvy. Renee? Who? Who are you? What's wrong, Lacan? You look kinda down. What's bothering you? Are you worried about something? It's nothing. I'm just thinking about painting Sophia. I don't know why I agreed to do her portrait. Sophia? You mean your childhood friend who's now Nessan's sacred mother? She's not really a childhood friend. I just made her acquaintance at the monastery near my home when I was a child. She went to the clinic there for convalescence. She was frail. So what are you worried about painting her for? She does not wish herself to become a symbol of her sect. Actually, it seems she wasn't interested in having her portrait painted at first. But when she heard I would be the painter, she turned around and agreed. That's what I don't understand. What are you, dense? I see. Then she must like you. What are you talking about? I feel like everybody, like the two of them immediately understood what that means, but he didn't. Hi, Sen. Guys, hello. Let me give you a shout out. How are you? Good morning. Ohayo. Ohayo gozaimasu. Retro, I love that game. Well, good morning. I hope you're having a nice day. That's how women are, right, Corella? Don't ask him that. I really don't want to hear any more of Corellan's opinions about women. I've really heard enough from him about just about everything, honestly. Don't post that to him. Hey, Corell. His hair color is different. Was it different in the other flashbacks? I can't even remember now. Huh? What's up? You're not having any? It's ready to eat. Yeah. We're always thinking about God. The Sacred Mother of Nessan, huh? What? Are you out to offend Divine Providence or something, Lacan? Cut it out. It's not like that. What? You gotta lighten up a little. The best way to calm the spirit is to read a book. That's what Lady Sophia first advised me, and now I'm completely hooked. I'm not trying to brag, but I've learned a lot of things I never knew before. Man, she really shouldn't have said that. That really set him down the wrong path. That was good advice, but he really, in a particular way, that negatively impacted him in a way she couldn't have possibly imagined. He would be better off living a much more simple life if he had just focused on martial arts or something. Lately, I've been reading this. What is it? Something I borrowed from Melchior. It's about a form of molecular engineering. Nanotechnology. Yeah, geez. Like, Sophia really set a chain of events in motion by saying that to him, which is completely unfortunate. He really would have been... Everyone would have been better off if this guy didn't take up reading books. Enormous failure. I believe it's a book found in the ancient ruins of the Zeboim civilization. It's a copy of someone's research report, but it's incomplete. What was going on with Zeboim, actually? Because we haven't really heard... Emeralda really needs to explain what she knows about Deus and all that. I think there were even more wonderful things written in it, but we'll never know now. What's wrong? You don't look so good. Lately, you've seen melancholy almost every day. Has something happened? I don't know. I just can't paint right now. Sorry, but do you mind if we stop here for today? I see. It is not good to push yourself too hard. Why don't you rest up for a little while? I'll have Corellin take you. Is this other guy related to... Who would he actually be related to? Would it be Billy, or... Even so, or Rico, maybe. I guess Rico would actually make more sense. Even so, there was a time when I did some pretty vicious things. I lashed out at random. Everyone around me feared me, even my friends. I lived a life surrounded by people who looked at me with fear in their eyes. But she was the only one who wasn't afraid of me. She would just smile. Peace of mind. She was the one who taught me what that was and how I could receive it. She taught me how to live as a human. And you really betrayed her expectations on that, I must say. Little did she know it was a terrible idea to impart any of that to you. What are you doing, Lacan? Oh, it's you, Corellin. I was thinking I'd stop painting the portrait. Why stop now? It's the circumstances. I shouldn't be painting her at a time like this. Eventually, she too must stand at the front lines, so... Is that really the problem? Lacan? Her smile, it's killing me. The more she smiles at me, the more I feel my very being become insignificant. Crashing out so hard. Inside my heart, there is this empty existence. Other than painting, I have no worth. Yet, she continues to accept my presence. I feel like I'm getting smaller and smaller. I didn't have this feeling in the beginning. I just wanted to paint her one more minute, one more second longer. I wanted to keep on painting forever, but suddenly I couldn't. And as the picture neared completion, the empty part of me started to manifest itself in my brushstrokes. I was meant to be painting her as she really is, but this picture is my own self. My empty self has begun to appear within there. That's why I've got to stop now. Your own self? You're just running away. You can't bear it when she smiles at you. Why is he like, he came here to give him advice and he just got mad at him all of a sudden? Like, come on, man. You're not helping. By painting your portrait, you notice the gap between your own inner emptiness and her inner abundance. And you could not fill that gap. That's why you're quitting your painting. You're refusing her. Even so, you still can't bring yourself to leave her, can you? In spite of that, why is it that she continues to smile at you? But you know, this is really Lacan's fault for asking this guy anything. You who can't accept her feelings. You who won't accept her feelings. Tell me why! If it was me who was receiving such feelings. Oh man. Oh man. It's rough out here. You're neglecting yourself too much. Why aren't you kinder to yourself, mistress? Is this really her true expression? What do you... Is this... Is that really the right thing to say here? Yeah. To people who don't know her that well, I guess. Her smile... I don't know. The smile in this picture is somehow different from the one she usually shows us. Ronnie, you're kinda not helping. I realize Lacan's feelings are in there, but... I don't think she's ever opened herself up and shown her inner self to others like this before. You've been painting such a beautiful expression of Sophia. I just can't see the reason why you want to stop. Yeah, well, I mean, he just explained why, but it was kind of a load of nonsense. Beautiful? Forget it. This picture, it's anything but beautiful. Lacan, you say you're empty, then why do you come along with us? What we've been doing up until now ain't just acts of mercy. It's a fight for freedom. Time and again, you've been through life-threatening situations with us. A man who has nothing in his heart couldn't do that kind of thing, right? Ronnie, you're giving me too much credit. As long as you do something to keep yourself occupied, you can ignore the hollowness inside. From the beginning, my very existence was an emptiness. It wouldn't matter if I were to die right now. You live, you die, that's all. Pessimistic as usual, Lacan, and now you're lying. Can you really be indifferent? Like, can you, Lacan, really be indifferent to that? If you didn't think that it mattered, like, if living or dying was something you were sort of ambivalent towards, why would you be fighting so hard against Solaris and everything? Like, what would be the point? What would have carried you into this situation if that's what you actually believed? It's just that you're not good at expressing your own feelings. You're not empty. She knows that. That's why she shows only you her true smile. You know, Roddy, could you have asked Corellin to step out before you say something like that? Like, you're actually making... that it's a huge problem that you said that in front of Corellin. I don't deserve to see her true smile. She's the hope of the people, their support. There's so much more for her to do. Why would she open her heart to a mere artist like me? Bro. No, great. Another one. Hey, bro, what are you doing here? What's up? Hey, Zephyr. The Council of Elders of Shivat has issued a decision. Tomorrow we leave for Soylent. Wait, you already had the Soylent system at this point? Soylent? That's in Solaris. Yes, and Sophia will be coming with us. That's ridiculous. The number of refugees is still increasing. We can't afford to have Lady Sophia leave Nissan. And going to Soylent, that's plain foolish. It's too dangerous. What are the elders thinking? No, it wasn't the council's wish. It was Sophia's will. It appears she expressed this desire herself. That can't be. What is she thinking? Originally, we just talked about it being just us. Just us? Lady Sophia! Lady Sophia! Lacan, what are you doing? My sinuses are all messed up because of my allergies. You keep back. I knew we couldn't leave Lady Sophia in your care. I'll protect her, even if it costs me my life. Why don't you go get some rest, Corell? You haven't slept since the day before yesterday, have you? You shouldn't do that to yourself. I'm fine. It's not a problem. Look, I'll watch over her, so you go sleep. What are we gonna do if you also fall ill? Don't forget you're the head of the sex military fortress. Okay, I suppose you were right. He's just gonna pass out on the way over there. Why did he say that he would watch over her when he leaves? Just trying to get Lacan to have a moment alone with her. Ellie, I'm so sorry. It was my misjudgment that did this to you. I was terrified. It was like you could see right through me. Your eyes, that look. That was me that was being reflected back in your eyes. I was looking at myself, and thus painting myself. I couldn't stand it, so that's why. Oh, Ellie, what in the heavens did you find inside of me? When you wake up, I think I will ask you that. On second thought, no. Damn it! He almost came to a conclusion. And he starts second guessing himself immediately. No, I don't want to burden you with my concerns. Besides, I wouldn't be able to ask you. If only she would wake up right now. all this stuff he would never say when she was awake, when she was like awake to hear it. Really blow through all of the issues in communication between them. When look into your eyes, and I can't say a thing. I wouldn't even be able to tell you how I feel. You don't even know how you feel. What would you tell her? Tell her how you feel. Yeah, well, could you explain that in words? You were the sweetest person. Ellie. Hey, right on time, actually. You are someone who cannot bear to see others hurt by your own actions. So you hold everything in and bear all the burden. If you get hurt in the end, you think that is fine. That's what I like about you. Stop! Don't say that! If you become just another human, everyone will... Humans aren't all that frail, you know. They don't need a symbol who is just appearance only. I believe that if you have light in your heart, you can overcome any hardship. I mean, would that really, like, devalue her as a symbol? The Nissan religion preaches that, like, that men and women need to support each other to survive. So, like, do you really need a solitary Lady Sophia? Isn't that actually antithetical to the premise of the religion? What I've been doing is simply showing people that such light exists in the hearts of everyone. I'm just a woman. And to fulfill my womanhood, I'm prepared to throw away everything, even this position. I'm just playing the role of Sophia, but I'm still me. Wah. Man, ugh. Spring is really harsh on me. My eyes are all messed up. I haven't changed. A cowardly, selfish crybaby. I'm still the same. Could you live a lie like that and still be happy? I don't want to do that. Olakan, I want to live more honestly with myself. To be able to tell the man that I love that I do love him, and I don't care if I get hurt or rejected. The thing is, he's not confident enough to respond to that. In fact, he might not even realize right now that you meant him. That might actually not have gotten through. You only have one life. I don't want to turn around later and regret not having done such things. Oh boy. The worst possible timing. I remember before somebody was saying in chat that, like, Lacan was an insult. They really had him classed. Intercorporeal NTR arc. The NTR is so bad it keeps happening to him through multiple, like, reincarnations. No matter how many times Faye and Ellie reincarnate, they still find each other, and then he's still all by himself. for hundreds of years. Do you think I'll let it end here? We're not their possessions. Sophia, what are you doing? I'm ending this. You won't need to fight anymore. So, Corellin, please open your fist, and with your open hand, gently hold the people who will continue to live. Don't be foolish. We'll help you escape, so please stop. Thank you, Lacan, but sorry, there's no other way. Ellie! People support each other to live. It's what brings us happiness. So share that happiness, and please, Lacan, live! She really they really wasted her good intentions. All this for Graf and Corellin. Ellie! We were sacrificed as pawns. In order to protect their own authority, Sophia was... Is this the ideal world we've been searching for? What have we been doing? Heading towards Sophia's ideals? Is this our salvation? This isn't fair. Sophia was sacrificed for those bastards. Sophia said, if you just have faith, the path to what you want, to what you hope for will open. But look at reality. God didn't answer our prayers. Is that because we didn't have faith? I mean, you were kind of idolizing her, and did you really have faith in God beyond Lady Sophia? Even if we didn't have faith, Sophia did. Why did she have to be See, he kind of admits he didn't. Why did she have to be sacrificed? Is God dead? Is he just not there? Maybe God was never even existed to begin with. Faith in God. Do not look for it on the outside, for it is something one must find within oneself. She said that it went completely past him. Because he looked for faith in God in her. So he actually did not listen. You failed to learn anything. I see. That's it. If God doesn't exist in our world, then I will create God with my own hands. Corellin. Sophia, please guide me. I will destroy all such false pretenses of love for you. I feel like Corellin just put the cart before the horse. Like, he he's pursuing the existence of God, but it's the God he's trying to create in Reawakening Deus wouldn't help anyone. Like, to what benefit to anyone? If Deus was operational in this situation, it could only have possibly made anything worse. It would not have helped anyone or resolved anything here. It certainly wouldn't have helped him in this situation. So it's like, what's the point? What would the point in having an entity like that? Like, he forgets why he needed God to exist. So he creates a God, quote unquote, that would be of no use to him here. It's like, what are you actually even trying to accomplish? We need to gather all our surviving comrades. We'll never beat them if we fight them individually. Let us create a country that can someday stand up against them. The funny thing is, you'll go on to create 2 countries which will go to war with each other for hundreds of years. Speaking of not being able to fight them, you know, if we're divided against ourselves. What are you going to do, Lacan? Really, all of these men were imparted with Sophia with the best of intentions, and they all fucked it up. Like, I don't know that other guy who just turned up in these flashbacks, but Ronnie, Lacan, Karelin, like, she gave them good advice and genuine motivations, and they all fucked it up. It couldn't have possibly gone worse in some of these cases. I guess Ronnie's problems eventually were sorted out by Bart. Ellie? Oh, is that what this chamber was for? Hey, Mia? If only you had power, you could have saved her. Wait, where and when is this taking place? Are we back in the present? With Faye? Or I suppose Id? Or not even Faye. Not even Faye or Id, the new sinister fourth Faye. You want it, don't you? Unrivaled power. Don't you want to become the absolute being? There. That's what I have sought after. But wait. That's not what I want. No, this is my very desire. Live. So this is where Faye's being held? He deserves it. Oh, I forgot Dan was here. Let me pray on his weeping face as if it were an idol. As if I would. Yuck. What is this? This is terrible. I think the scene there with Mia must have been imagined. Because that shouldn't have been in the flashback, but it couldn't have occurred now if Faye is still here. No matter what, this is going way too far. He's still alive? How could you possibly be? You're human too, aren't you? Darn. Faye. Oh, Faye. Crying. Huh? Midori, it's you. Phew, don't scare me like that. Crying? Who's crying? You mean our friend Faye is crying? Angry, hurt. He'll wake up soon. It's calling him. What do you mean? Whoa, what the? Stop it! Faye? Dan, Midori! Run! Hurry! Run away! Oop, might be too late. Uh-oh. He broke through the carbonite casing. Faye took his gear Welltail and went in search of Zohar. We followed Faye's trail. Eventually, we arrived at the location where Zohar had fallen to Earth, so very long ago. Nothing could have prepared us for what we were about to see there. Change party. Is there even like any gameplay to be had? Satan, Bart, Billy. I think this party setup is fine. I kind of want Emeralda and Mian. Wow. Let me just save. Open menu. What is that? Is that Brigadier? Did they go back to their old gears because of the Vessels of Anima thing? This must be the place. I guess they would have had to, right? The Omnigears were rendered inoperative. But isn't Ren Maozo transformed into an Omnigear? How would he even get it working? Is this PS1? Yes, this is a PS1 game. This is far as you can come. Hello, Gunken 3? Gunkan? Well, welcome in. Good morning. From here on is my world. You can't enter. Wait, the other Faye gets to come, but I can't? What? What the hell? What do you mean? You're a subordinate. Fake persona. That's why. So is he! Hey! A subordinate fake persona? Yes. He has part of my memories from back then. He has sealed away the very meaning of my existence. My drive, my motivation, my subconscious id. Because of that, I became a basic, blank persona. Did somebody say persona? Persona! Get the gun out that they used in Persona 3. And on top of that, I constructed a new persona based on my experiences since then. That is what you are now. Him? You mean father? You call him father? What? Why would you... What? Where did you possibly come up with that, Faye? He? Who never did anything for you? The doggo boy, hello. You call him daddy. Wouldn't that be the other Faye? Where is the first one? So this is personalities 2, 3, and 4. Aren't we missing one? It was because of his cowardly behavior. If only he had been able to protect me. If he had done that, Mother wouldn't have died. Didn't my mother die right after I was born? What really happened to my mother? Tell me, Id. Follow age? No, I don't have that one. I can, like, check it for you, right? Following since August 16th, 2025. So, a little under a year. Like, for, like, 8 months? But how are you? Good morning. Miksu. Welcome in. You don't need to know. You'll only disappear soon. Along with your basic persona, the coward. I'll rule my being through the power of the existence. Existence with a capital E? Of course you don't know. What is etched into my meta psychotic memory? Eh? Mete and not meta? What would meta... Wait. Is that a real word? What would that mean? M-E-T-E psychotic. The supposed transmigration at the death of his soul of a human being to... Oh, that is a real word. So wait, it is aware that he's reincarnating? How did you learn about that? Your persona is fake, so you'll never stand on the stage of consciousness. You'll never be able to take charge of the memories from our past lives. But Faye has been able to see some of the memories. I know the dreams and hallucinations. I've seen them many times. Yeah, you're just wrong. Incorrect. You've shown your hand. I showed them to you on purpose. Is that really true? I feel like you're lying. You just said he would never experience them. Now you showed them on purpose? To break the seal, I chose to weaken the power of your existence. If your mental energy is weakened, I can become free to do as I wish. What? There are still things inside you which you haven't been shown yet. Huh? Someone's coming. It's probably your friends. They must have followed me. Where are you going? I came to re-establish contact with the existence. To tie together all the threads of your memories since ancient times and cut them off. That is the fate of the contact. All is ready. It's time for the true awakening. I will eliminate all those who are full of hypocrisy from the very beginning. Wait for me, Id! You just stay here and observe. I don't know, Faye, I think you should root around for the other one. The coward. So, is this L Renmauzo or the base form of Renmauzo without the Vessel of Anima in it? Because that looks like Brigadier and Heimdall, rather than Fenrir and... What was Bart Somnigear actually called? I kind of forget, I'm blanking on his name. What is this? Yeah, what the hell is that? Ugh, a fleshy thing. Is that Welltail? Why is it growing so much flesh out of it? Faye? This must mean this is Welltail's transformed appearance? Kinda gross, honestly. That's kinda disgusting, if true. Welltail looking creepy and wet. You know, to be fair, it is sort of the more reasonable antagonist. It is just trying to kill everyone, while Corellin is trying to kill everyone, including himself. So between the two of them... Also, it is trying to do it under his own power. Oh, he shed a lot of the flesh off of the mech. Oh, I think this is regular Red Mauzo. Oh boy, I think we're in a little bit of trouble here. Back up. None of these would really be helpful. Boosters, special options. Okay, we have the... I should have actually checked their frame equipment. But at least he has the recovery. Josie Cannon. MX Launcher, Ethereal Attack. Gear Defense. I don't think Faye is going to be using any elemental attacks. Might as well hit him with Cloud Smile. I don't think he'll miss or we'll be able to dodge, but it couldn't hurt to try. Okay, it didn't work. Well, wouldn't have known that otherwise. No. Charging up some kind of attack. I didn't do that much more than his regular stuff. He's not particularly doing anything to counter my attacks, so he doesn't seem to have any of, like, the issues of other bosses. Hakai! Do they know enough death blows to get up to attack level 3? Why is he focusing so much on fire? I might have to run this back with Maria and Emeralda. I really should kind of only expect mecha fights at this point. Yep. Did we make it? Oh, is that Graf? Oh, it's Wiseman. It's a similar model, but it doesn't have like the back fins as Graf's mech. Are you okay? I'm kind of struggling, honestly. Wiseman? It's already too late. Assist me, for I am about to exterminate id. What? Zohar is Deus's core. The slave generators and Aether. It's all the source of all their energy. After assailing its power, the freshly awakened id intends to annihilate this world. The contact with Zohar was meant to have been done after the unifying Faye's true personality. His true personality is the only one that's not in there. He literally created a new personality. It's fracturing, not unifying. Huh? Keep back. You again. You're always getting in my way. Sensen. Is that Jazzy? Perhaps Jazzy real? Is it possible? Armored Core 6. That's crazy. Well, good morning, Jazzy. How are you? Hello. Ohio. I'm real? That's a little hard to believe. Ohio. Back from America? Oh, already? Oh, welcome home. You know what's real good? Whenever you go on like a long vacation and you get back to your house and you like sleep in your own bed. You know what I mean? There's something about it. You again? You're always getting in my way. Oh, I didn't like it. Really? You didn't like America or your own bed? I don't know. Maybe that's just me. In my familiar environment. But that's because I got used to their bed. Wow. Yeah, but like... Nah, I kind of get that, actually. Maybe you're right. Maybe you're cooking. He's spinning? Writing is this fire? But I hope you had fun in America, guys. But I cannot be stopped by you. You who couldn't even protect his own wife and son. You cannot even bear to show your face to your own son. That's why you wear a mask, isn't it, Khan? Is this really, like, would it matter if he was not wearing a mask in this situation? You still wouldn't be able to see his face. Well, I'm spitting something. What? I had a lot of fun. I'm looking to try and move over for work. Oh, wait, Jazzy American? The American Jazzy? That's crazy. Son? What, Satan, you didn't figure that out? Who else would he have been? That's right. This man is Faye's... No, I mean my father. With that... You didn't need to clarify that. You and Faye are the same person. At least in this regard. I 100% agree that America is better than England now. Yeah, but aren't most people from the UK moving to, like, Dubai or something? A couple of places, actually. Dubai or Riyadh. I guess those places are a little difficult at the moment. No, I get it. Canada or England is kind of a rough choice, actually. America has its problems, but that's a tough one. I would probably have to pick America over Canada or England. A lot of English go to Canada recently. They're making a big mistake. My father, Khan Wong. But I love Cali. California? California girls undeniable. What is it? Does the rest of the song go? I forget the rest. A mustache? Did he always have a mustache? It's been a while since I heard that song 10 times. I assume it's just always planning there. I assume when you're in California, you can always just kind of hear that song ambiently in the distance. I don't know. I'm not a West Coast kind of guy. But that's what I imagine it's like. What happened to Faye, id? Which one? They're counting, if not counting id, there's at least 3 of them in there. Every single song about Callie just plays on the radio. On the radio? Jazzy listening to American radio? It's so American. Jazzy cruising down the highway in California listening to the radio. Yeah, it's full of freaking ads. Yeah, it do be like that here. There's a lot of advertising. Too bad. The new personality of Faye that you gave birth to, and all that work that your persona did to make him one perfect, unified whole has been wasted. He will be swallowed up by me. Wouldn't that still be unified? And a lot of lawyer stuff. There do be a lot of lawyers here. We do got a lot of that going on. We have a strong legal tradition. I won't permit it. I will destroy you first. How is it in California now? They're doing like the governor's race, right? I don't really care. I don't know, I feel like maybe I should care. California is very relevant, but I don't really even care about like New York or Florida. They were, but I didn't care. I've applied for a few things, just waiting on replies. Well, I hope it goes well. Good luck. Hopefully all goes well. As if you could, sissy. Mother. Wait, what? What? That's a weird insult to throw in here, but okay. Mother died because of your cowardly behavior. As a result, he ran away from that reality by entering into his memories. And now I continue my existence, bearing all that hatred. Bro, it's... Dad really walked out to get the milk. It's crazy. Is that really what this is all about, Ed? Like, for real? Is this... you're gonna kill everyone? That's fatherless behavior to you? Like, come on. Really? Same, then I could be a silly guy in Californian jazzy. It's a new era of jazzy. The jazzy California arc. You wouldn't be able to imagine what it's like. I wasn't simply working to unify Faye's personality, you know. All that you and I feel, the sadness, the hatred, even though he also experienced such thing. Faye needed to be encouraged to build himself up in order to be able to comprehend all of this. Comprehend what? You didn't tell him most of this. Build himself up to comprehend things you didn't read him in on. Faye should be able to understand all of your feelings now. But now you want to erase the one who understands you? To kill Faye? What is it that you want? He wants to kill everyone! What are you, unclear? He's going to kill everyone on the planet. Why ask me such a thing now? My purpose is the same as his. Total destruction. That and that alone. Is this world so bad a place that there is only hatred inside of you? You're the one who made me this way. You and that woman. Admit it. Can you hear me? Faye, please receive my will by my fist and become one. The 3 of you just standing by watching all this. Faye, where did the real you go? Now by real him, you know, that does raise a few questions. Remember, were you not going to help Ellie? Yes, this is inside id. A world filled with hatred and sadness. That's all that's here. Yes, now I understand, id. Why you hate the world. Why there is nothing inside you. Nothing. Nothing was given to you, deprived of all the happy memories. And yet, it feels pleasant. It almost feels good. Now I get it. There's no need to resist. I was originally just an existence that was created as a cover to hide id. So it would be better to return to that place. Let's come together to wipe away everything, including ourselves. Remember, were you not going to help Ellie? Ellie? That's right, Ellie! I've got to save Ellie! What's this place? Childhood memories. Now, whose childhood memories are you? Is that you or it, or... It has to be the other one, right? What's he done now? He only called you in here for his own sake. Oh, this child, I guess, is the first one? Oh boy, there's two in here, okay. Or wait, no, that's it. Because he has his hair down. This is inside the shell of your basic character. The room of the coward. I'm sure you've been here many times before. Nope. This is the first time Faye has been here. I see. I remember now. In my dreams. Everything despised and unwanted he pushed onto me, while he shut himself up in his own little shell. The coward Faye. He's also Faye? Can we just call him Coward? This is gonna get confusing. You tried to call the other one Faye, too. You're really kind of messing me. This is getting hard to keep track of. You're Id, he's Coward. The big one is Faye, and the other one is the fourth one, okay? Let's just... we gotta number these or something. The basis for our personalities. Who are you? Ah, you're my... Hey, let's watch this together. This is my most treasured possession. Ha! By repeatedly playing the times he was full of happiness, he lives in his own happy little world. Well, I'm still alive, only because of what's in those leftover dregs. Here, I'll show you everything about me. What is with the sepia footage? It's such an odd aesthetic to toss in here now. We've already had tons of flashback scenes. Ours was an ordinary family. A strict but reliable father. I mean, it wasn't actually that ordinary. I get that... I get that Khan kind of set it up so you would think that, but... You're like an artificial recreation of Emperor Cain, whether or not you knew that. A kind but loving mother. Was she that kind? She didn't seem like that kind of a person. I don't know that much about her, so maybe I shouldn't assume. Maybe she's kind to you. Up till then, it was complete happiness. But one day, Mother suddenly changed. Eh? She was like a totally different person. From that day on, Faye lost his home. Father was away often. Listen, you know, milk and cigarettes aren't just gonna buy themselves. You know, I get it, but it takes a while to get a carton of milk. You gotta understand. He had some important work. Oh boy. When Father was away from home, Faye was taken to a place with mysterious machines. Inside there were many strangely dressed people. Many types of probes were injected into Faye's body, as the start of some kind of experiments. The test caused Faye much pain. Mom, help me! What are you doing? No! No! Mother didn't come to his assistance. Young Faye had no way of resisting, but he was able to endure. Eventually, the experiments became unbearable, but he was not able to endure. Many people gathered around Faye. These people had a high compatibility with the vessels of anima. This psychic contact with Faye was to force him to awaken. But no one could make contact with Faye. The power drawn out of Faye, regardless of his will, destroyed them all. This is unbelievable. Mother allowed this to take place? Psychic contact? What do you mean by awaken me? To awaken God, everything had to be in perfect order, with nothing lacking. Things divided in the past must become one complete whole again. Countless people died before Faye's eyes. Men, women, the old, the young, even demi-humans. How many people were compatible with vessels of anima? I thought that was a little bit more rare. How did she even find them all? Suffering, grief, fear, ecstasy. A variety of emotions and words lingered. It is a little rough to psychically connect with people and then immediately kill them. And tumbled about Faye like broken dolls. It was a scene from hell. In front of Father, she acted normally. When Faye tried to tell Father about Mother's strange conduct and experiments, Father's mind was taken up by his work, and he didn't really listen. He thought it was just childhood fantasy. I feel like he should have been more concerned that his child was having excruciating nightmares. Like, even if he was imagining that, that's sort of still like a big problem. I feel like it's weird to just be like, oh, kids these days and their wild imaginations. Like, come on, man. Like, I feel like that's not really something you could just brush. Even if he was imagining it, you really shouldn't have brushed that up. It is kind of right that it is Khan's fault, actually. You know what? I kind of have to agree. But he didn't have to endure the pain much longer. Faye's subconscious discovered a way to escape from the trauma. He formed a separate persona to deal with things he didn't like or couldn't bear. This also kind of indicates me, because I said that, like, it isn't really the evil personality. He's just kind of a separate personality that's a bad person. And that's not even really his fault. You know, it really came down to his upbringing. He's not, like, ontologically evil because he's a separate personality or anything. He removed himself from harm's way. My role was to have all the things he hated forced upon me, the moment they arose. From the time of my division from him, I was dominated by hatred. That hatred naturally turned into destructive impulses. I wanted to destroy everything. Mother, Father, the entire world. Finally, Father noticed Mother's odd behavior, but it was already too late. I had completely separated from that coward, my original self. The puppets were broken and... Faye's heart was too. What would make Mother do such a thing? Mother repeated the experiments to study the power she knew existed within me. Yes, that woman, Mother, was Mia. That's right, they did call her Mia in the other flashback. That's a lie! No, it's true. Mother was Mia. That's right, Karen had become Mia. What is that you say? It's nothing special. Mia does not have only one host body. Again, who was the Mia we knew this whole time? That's like, who actually was that woman? Mia's roots are sealed in the genes of all women. Any one of them could become Mia. Agent Smith-ass setup. It just happened to be Mother's turn. Only Ellie was special, originally. Well, she's the anti-type, yeah? No! Karen, Mia, noticed that Faye's memory time access had increased 2- or 3-fold. She then became convinced that Faye was the contact. Contact? Yes, I was the contact. That's why he called out to me. And why the time had come. Stop it. Cut it out. Graf? Where is Graf, actually? I feel like Graf really ought to show up for this. Dad! Mom, help Dad! Hey Mom, why aren't you helping Dad? Dad's gonna die! Graf came seeking the power that exists within me, to return to his own body. So wait, his own body? Wait, so is that why... Is that the reason that Lacan and Graf... You understand, don't you? Graf is Lacan. We were his descendants, inherited his lingering thoughts and memories from him. This is a little confusing. So Faye is a reincarnation of Lacan, but Lacan is also still Graf? So how does that work? Like, he reincarnated twice at the same time? Who inherited his lingering thoughts and memories from him, known only too well. Divided 500 years ago, he would become a part of... Oh, does Graf also... Does Lacan also have split personalities? So he reincarnates, but also still has the ID every single time? That's rough, actually, jeez. He divided 500 years ago. He would become a part of us both. Lacan became Graf. He destroyed everything on the face of the earth. He then mastered how to possess the bodies of others by dwelling in their minds. He was probably enabled to do this after his contact with the existence. The bodies died, but Lacan's spirit continued living by possessing others. Well, who's Kim, actually? He had come that day to return his soul, at last, to the perfect reincarnation of his physical body, the body of Faye. Father fought him, but he couldn't protect Mother or I. He pitifully fought on while coughing up his lifeblood. Graf made a mockery of Father, and Mother would not even help him when he needed her the most. As for their son, he couldn't take what was happening anymore. Man, I wish anime was real. He gave in to his feelings and released his power. As a result, Mother died. I mean, it wasn't even her at that point. She was already Mia. And he offloaded the results of his actions onto me. To avoid taking the responsibility for killing Mother, he used me as a shield. I also killed Mother. He pushed all the bad things onto me, but kept all the memories filled with happiness and Mother's love to himself. And he shut himself away with those memories, inside his own little shell, forever. This is the place. What you see before you is what he made. He just keeps hanging on to those memories. That's what this is. Stop it. Just stop it. These scenes. Are these all there is to us? Enough already. There's nothing here. Just a world filled with deception and pain. It can't be helped. This is our world. This is everything. I was a fool. It was all my fault. That is true, actually. No. That's kind of right. I was so busy with my duties in Shafat that I didn't notice Karen had changed. I couldn't save you when you needed my help. Save me? Ha! Why bother saying such nonsense now? It's not going to change anything. The only thing you can do now is die by my hand. Urgh. Even still, I'll show you that I can save you. Good morning, Sentai. I woke up late. Good morning, Cass. Dad. Stop it, Id. Father has done nothing wrong. No, I'm kind of... Faye, I gotta say, your Khan did kind of... This is sort of all his fault, actually. If he was a responsible father, a lot of this could have been avoided. But welcome in, guys. Good morning. How are you? I hope you slept well. Hope you had good dreams. I know, this one is the real culprit. Okay, but that's a child. Can you really blame him? I kind of don't blame either of you. Mother and father had no choice. Well, your mother was possessed by, like, a demon. I don't even know what to consider Mia. But that's really... That wasn't even your mom, actually, given the situation. Thanks. Pass it back to me. I'm playing with Mother. This is not reality. It's all fake. It's all a trick. All of it, all of it, all of it. No, get out. This is my room. I thought you would always be with me. Why won't you see reality? Happiness, sadness? Aren't these all parts that combine to make the whole? Why won't you show him? Why don't you also show id what you always watch? No, that's mine. I don't want to show it to the person who killed Mother. Okay, first of all, we're all that person, and if we're going to divide up blame, that's actually your fault. Like, we shouldn't divide up the blame because we're all Fae at the end of the day. But if you want to be particular, that was actually you. You should talk. You're the one who killed Mother. No, I didn't. You did. I did not kill her. Mother didn't care for you. Father didn't notice either. That's why you killed her. I didn't kill her. I didn't. Knock it off. We killed Mother. It's no one's fault but ours. It's not because she came Mia or because Father didn't notice. Listen, Faye, I appreciate it, but like, it really is because of those things. Like, it's not like that had nothing to do with it. But okay, I get what you're trying to say. Don't look outside for the reason. Don't blame anyone but yourself. Yes, Mother was Mia, and I know that you suffered. No one could have endured it. Well, I mean, the other one, the id over there, did have to. But you can't push it onto id alone. We're all one person. We must all become one, right? Faye. Walk on your own 2 feet. Face up to the reality that you don't want to see. Where's the 4th one, actually? Don't we need him here, too? Show them to id. Everything you took for yourself. Yeah, let's share all the good times and the bad times. Let's actually not start with this one again. I feel like this is a bad place to start sharing memories. Mia released her possession right at that moment. Mia's really a sicko. Lies. That woman. This scene. All illusions he made up. My consciousness can see through this trick. I won't be swayed. That's enough. Doing that isn't going to solve anything. Mother saved us at the last moment. That's the truth, right? The reality isn't all grim, id. My power couldn't save anyone. It only destroyed. I thought that I could only make a connection with others through destruction. So I destroyed all. People, the world, even Ellie. I did want that does explain why he was trying to kill Ellie in particular. No, that's not the case. We can save others, just as our mother, despite being Mia, saved us. Our power can save people. We can save Ellie. That's a first. Mother being so warm. To me, she almost seems too warm. I mean, that's actually her, instead of Mia. Faye, take the memories within me. You must know what it used to be like up until now. I mean, we're all gonna take the memories together. Know our identity, about who we are, then figure out what ought to be done. Our integration is not yet complete. So is Cain also a separate reincarnation of Lacan? Elohim! Abel! Live! It's just it's ever more personalities. I was just about to ask where Kim was. But here we are. We won't just hand her over to them, alright? Sonic the Hedgehog, I see. Live! Maria! So Cain... Oh, Cain and Abel. Okay, I get it. Cain, Abel, Kim, Lacan. Lacan, live. I almost missed that one because I didn't think of the Emperor's name when she said that. If God doesn't exist in our world, then I will create God with my own hands. What is this place? An execution site? Why do you turn on me? I thought we were friends. Who is it? Windbreaker, hello, good morning. Did I cause this? What has happened to me? What have I become? Live! I will live. If Faye is able to unite all of his personalities and memories, will Graf just, like, stop existing? will he just, like, absorb his soul? Does it work like that? Even if I go to hell, I will live till the end of the world. And if the world does not come to an end, I will destroy it with my own hands. Faye, Faye. Who is it? Who's calling me? Heart. What is this light? I am the being that resides inside the Zohar. What? Hello? I am the beginning and the end, the first and the last. Really? God? Yeah, I was gonna say, like the beginning and the end? God, some would refer to me as that, from a certain point of view. It is right to view me as such, but at the same time, I am not. I am also a part of you. A part of me? I am defined by how people observe me. You are actually talking to a virtual version of me that you yourself create. I am your perception of me. Does Faye believe in God? I mean, I suppose he... Actually, this does kind of confirm that he does. You know what's also... I don't want to say funny, but this does prove that Corellin was wrong and Sophia was right. The reason that Corellin couldn't make contact with God is because he actually didn't believe. If he had faith, like, God is real, and it's as he said, it's defined by perception. So it really was... Sophia was right that he just didn't have faith. Corellin, huge Corellin metaphysical L. I don't understand what you were talking about. Who or what are you? In one word, existence. Oh yeah, it did say that. Existence? In actuality, I do not have a physical form. I am an existence of a higher dimension, a place you cannot perceive, but in terms you understand, it is a world where everything acts as kinds of waves. Waves are particles. Can we get a closer look? Can you observe them in a way that tells us which one they are without modifying them? It is the place that became the origin of your four-dimensional universe, which is controlled by space and time. We're operating on the understanding that time is a fourth dimension. Yes. The fluctuating non-existence, the wave existence. What does such an existence have to do with me? In ancient times, a phenomena modification engine, a semi-perpetual infinite energy engine was created. It was given the name Zohar. It was the attempt by ancient people from a different planet to obtain the highest energy imaginable in this four-dimensional universe. For what purpose? What were they trying to do? What would drive them to create something like this? Or Deus or anything. Like, what were they even trying to accomplish? It was not long before those people made use of this engine to create the ultimate strategic weapon for interplanetary war, Deus. Zohar was eventually used as its main power. Interplanetary war against what? What would possibly justify the need for this? But the unexpected happened. During the connection tests of Zohar with the newly completed Deus, the engine started to examine infinite potential phenomena. Well, it's an engine that, like, modifies phenomena, so it would have infinite potential, yeah? If it... I mean, this is all very, very metaphysical and theoretical, but if the function of the engine is to modify phenomenon itself, it would necessarily have infinite potential because it's modifying anything happening. So, it would necessarily be able to create a condition in which anything could happen, and therefore it is infinite. Requiring energy, the engine connected this dimension to the higher dimensional space. As a result, that reactor merged or synchronized with the wave existence in that higher dimension, me. I descended from the point of contact created by the machine through the path of Sephiroth, or the domain that you are in right now, and the dimension in the four-dimensional world. Actually, wait, so are you a wave or a particle? You say waves, but we have to take a closer look, I think. After I advented to the four-dimensional world, in order to stabilize myself here, I had to exchange or materialize my form and entered into the modifier engine. In other words, I became bound in Zohar, the cage of fleshy existence. Why is it so fleshy? When it was activated before, there was a lot of flesh involved. Can you explain that? Actually, let's get beyond particles and waves. Why is there so much flesh? What is going on there? Since the time I was bound in the Zohar, I have always wanted to return to my own dimension, and I came to a conclusion. Don't you necessarily still exist in that dimension? Like, if it's a higher dimensional plane that's just being accessed, and it's where everything is waves, and like if it's separate from space and time, it's not a matter of returning. You still exist there. This is just a point of contact with it. I had to reverse the process I went through to arrive here. I must be released by the one who instilled within me a special feature of this dimension, the will. That one is you. Was it him, or was it, I mean, which one of him do you mean? Decided it was me? A special feature? I feel like Faye is actually not following. I feel like he's actually following this less than I am. Yes, I was given a special attribute of a human by you, the contact, when you observed me. Oh, it is the particle wave thing. Fuck. Collapse the hypothetical reality. Damn it. Tricked again by Schrodinger. As ever. Maybe the cat was alive the whole time. I was given a mother's will. A mother's will? I'm sure you remember. After my descent, you had contact with the modifier engine Zohar. I'm sure he doesn't remember, actually. Like, again, which Faye are you talking about? Are you sure he remembers? Oh. Elheim? Which Elheim is that, actually? As a contact, being but only a child, you defined my existence with your desire to return to your mother. Thus I came to prepare the mother's will. That will is Elheim. Ellie's disposition was influenced by me? Again, which Elheim? Is that our Elheim? Actually, so if that flashback takes place on Solaris, that's presumably this Faye and our Elheim, right? I'm pretty sure. Yes, my will was incarnated through a biocomputer, which was vital for Deus. After combining with me, the biocomputer evolved its functions, and that bioplant generated a central element, that is her. I was split by your contact. My physical form, or flesh, stayed in the Zohar, while my will went into Elheim, and my power went into you. Why is there so much flesh involved? I'm still a little, why is there so much fleshy, like, why is it like that? That's why I waited to unite with you, and now it is fulfilled. But we're missing Elheim. Ellie isn't here. Actually, what is Mia? That does raise the question. My only remaining desire is to break this cage of fleshy existence. It do be real fleshy out here. In order to do that, I must become perfect by combining with Elheim, as well as my other split physical form, Deus. It sounds like that's a bad idea, actually. Can we back it up? Can we not? Can we not merge you with Deus? I think that's not a good idea. You had me up to there. That one actually sounds like this is sort of a Faustian sort of bargain. The only way to return to my original dimension is to destroy this physical body. In the four-dimensional world, Zohar is perfect, so in order to destroy Zohar, I need the strength that was attributed to you. Zohar can only be destroyed by the hands of the contact. What about Ellie? If Zohar is destroyed, what will become of Ellie? Zohar and Deus is one. She is bound to the system by another's will to become one with me. In order to release her, it is necessary to destroy that very system that serves as the Deus weapon. However, having been created as a weapon, the Deus system seeks to unify itself with all of you for a different purpose than that of mine. What? A weapon to what end? What were they possibly fighting? All of this theological talk broken up. This is more than theological talk. We're talking about like quantum physics too. We're talking about a lot of things actually. It it's a little hard to keep track of, but if you know ball, they're talking about psychology, quantum physics, theology, metaphysics, and, you know, the game. All this theological talk being broken up by fleshy. Yeah, why is it fleshy? That I actually don't understand. Ohayo gozaimasu. Caleb, Ohio. Metaphysics. Yeah, metaphysical. And of course, the like history of the world. I don't actually, you know, maybe I gotta go back and read Freud and Schrodinger again. But why is there so much fleshy involvement here? I don't remember that part of. I don't remember that part of quantum physics or religion. There was some flesh in the Bible, but I feel like the context was different than what I'm being hit with here. However, having been created as a weapon, the Deus system seeks to unify itself with all of you for a different purpose than that of mine. And you know it's all going to be solved by the power of friendship in the end. Kind of? I don't know, is that friendship? Like, Faye did sort of talk no jutsu, like his original persona and id, but like, is that friendship? It's all inside of his head. Is it the power of friendship to like unfragment your DID? In a certain sense, maybe that is like talk no jutsu, you know. Originally, her release should have been performed by me, the one who desires to return back to the higher dimension. But I am also bound to the system, just as she is, so I am unable to participate. You are the only one who can release her from the spell. Just as Deus and I are inseparable, you and her are also inseparable. Alright, I'll destroy Deus and the Zohar modifier, and I'll save Ellie. I feel like Faye is a little too accepting here, but as soon as he explained, like, okay, this is what you gotta do to save Ellie, Faye was already on board. You have experienced much loss and deprivation in your life. It is very tragic. Well, I mean, he didn't remember any of that until, like, just now. And which life? That actually doesn't narrow it down. He's had a couple of those that were like that. Our contact and the resulting transference of power and will between you and I most likely played a factor in splitting your personality. I disagree. I can't blame anything or anyone besides myself. You keep saying that, and I understand you're trying to be like, it's a matter of personal responsibility and self-reliance, but like, that's not true on the facts of the matter. Like, Mia, your dad, this thing, Ellie, there is a lot of externality to these experiences, Faye. Like, I understand from a moral perspective, you have to take personal accountability for yourself, and that's what you're saying. But that doesn't mean any of these externalities are, like, not real. Like, you're just you're, like, talking around the facts of the matter. Regardless of what may have happened in the past, with the passing of time, the cause becomes more remote. No. The cause is being explained to you directly. What do you mean, you forget? Like, no. It is a problem that comes from with myself, that I myself must deal with. It's a philosophical matter, I suppose. You know, I suppose if you insist on it, you could view everything like that. I see. You have managed to accept those tragedies, to tolerate all things, to comprehend and find. Oh, we're bringing Buddhism in here. Great. Okay. As if we weren't talking about enough. Ah, yes. We must achieve nirvana, a state of accepting all things, for we are dying. Seems to be overthinking with a... No, it's like it's a matter of perspective. Because, like, it's about agency and personal responsibility. Like, because, like, whatever happens, it's a question of how you deal with it and what you choose to do. Like, ultimately, how these things impact you is your decision, is something you can take accountability for. Like, it's a philosophical position. So it's not an incorrect conclusion. It's just he's very insistent on it. Like, he keeps receiving information that's like not really the case, that there is externality of like what Khan did or what Mia did or this thing or his involvement with Ellie and all of his past lives, which are apparently influencing him. And he's like, no, it's just me. It's just a personal matter. It all comes down to me. I need to take account for this. And it's like, I get what you're saying, but I feel like you're being a little unreasonable to comprehend and find where you stand in this world. Yes. For all is one. If you have succeeded to do all these things, I am sure that you will succeed in what awaits you now. To liberate all of us, use the Xenogears. Destroy Zohar. Hey, he said it! Let's go, we got the title drop in here! we brought in all of the different things we're talking about, and we got the title drop in. Let's go. It all came together. Wait, there's more I need to ask you. Faye, I think you've had enough to think. What more could you possibly want to know? The system is awakening. Ask her later. Save your data? Yes. There could be neurological barriers. I mean, we've broken all those down. He got back all of his memories and all of his past life memories. So this is... like, this isn't Faye. This is Faye in his original personality. Presumably that fourth one that showed up. Abel... to some extent, Kane, Lacan, Graf, Kim. I might be missing one, but there are no neurological barriers left. There are no neurological or metaphysical barriers left. This is all of Faye's personalities and all of his past lives congealed into one being, which is why he feels he can accept everything. Resume the game? Yeah, let's keep going. It's fine. Resume the game? I mean, this has been mostly cutscenes. I wonder what Welltail is gonna look like now. Is it still gonna be red? Wow, okay. It's weird that the normal version is white and like the evil version is... or no, the normal version is black, they're like blue? Trying to remember Welltail's original color scheme. And the evil version is red, and now the good version is white. Or I suppose we're sort of beyond good and evil. Dad, are you okay? I hate to tell you this, buddy, but he's not gonna make it. Dad, I'm sorry. This is all my fault. No, this is really his fault. Listen, Faye. Listen, I know you want to take responsibility for everything, but you really have to let him take some accountability. Faye? You've returned to your own self. Return to no. He's sort of moved past. You know what? That's not the point. You've become one. Yes, thanks to you. If all of you hadn't called out to me. It was actually Satan. You know what? Never mind. Erg. Dad. Don't worry. This is good. This is good news. This is, after all. Dad. You and I must become one. Huh? Graf? Wait, Graf was that... what? Wait, are like Wiseman and Graf the same person? Did he get possessed? Because they said Graf lost his physical body. Huh? Graf? What's going on? Haha! I reached the limit of the body I possessed on that day 3 years ago. Trying to think if I've ever seen Wiseman and Graf at the same time. I required a body that would tide me over until your true awakening. That is why I acquired the body of your father. Regardless of your awakening, your merging, and the inherited memories you had acquired. But those include your memories. Who are you? We have Lacan's memories. And presumably Lacan's soul, I think. There was no way for you to know of this, since you had lost your memory at that point. No, you had lost... He has all of Lacan's memories. Presumably, Lacan doesn't remember any of that. So there was at some point that you fractured from... Does this count as a separate, like, personality? At the point which I merged with your father. Impossible. What about Wiseman? And about father? No, Khan and Wiseman were the same person. Of course, they were just parts of me. I couldn't hold on to Khan totally. His ego was far stronger than I imagined. I feel... Does your possession system also function on the basis of DID? Jeez. When my control weakened, he showed himself to you as Wiseman. Ugh. You have awakened. This body is now useless to me. Now I must return to my original body, the reincarnation of my body that you inhabit. Stop it, Dad. I hear you, Faye. You see, he and I are one. I am Khan. Khan is me. He has become one with me, so you too should open your heart and unite with me. Then we can go on to eliminate everything. No, I can't allow you to control me. Russian Nessendal personality. Fractious Russian Nessendal personality. None of them have any clue what's going on. Graf... The thing is, Faye actually knows what's going on now, but Graf is convinced that he actually knows what's going on. But he's wrong. I think Faye actually has access to more information and memories than Graf does. Because Graf presumably only remembers being Lacan. I notice I seem to be dependent on a sense of technological awe, and my three major conduits that are easiest to deliver it don't do it for me. Late 20th century sci-fi, anime for speculative fictional tech, the inner workings of high-tech devices, and the advancement of video game graphics. Games can't look as good as Metal Gear Solid to Crysis and Crysis to whatever. Very visual and visceral. I've always thought graphics are sort of... I don't know. I've never really connected with the whole graphics idea because, like, I feel like Crysis, the CryEngine, and all that, the charge for better graphical fidelity just brings us closer to reality, which I don't see a point in. I don't actually see a point in video games simulating reality to that point. I mean, it's like I've been saying with this game and a lot of its visuals and how good they look despite being a PlayStation 1 game. I think art direction matters more than actual graphical fidelity. Like, I would argue that in a lot of meaningful ways, this game actually looks better to me than Crysis, because Crysis, you know, in an absolute sense, has better graphics. But, like, what are you really looking at? I feel like a lot of the mechs in this game look better than the suits in Crysis, even though they're, like, higher resolution and have more polygons. I would suggest branching out on late 20th century sci-fi, actually, or just sci-fi in general. There's you can go to earlier sci-fi anime and later sci-fi anime, and you could also just, you know, start reading Asimov. I'm a big Asimov fan. Start reading crack open iRobot and the rest of the Robot series, and then Foundation. Like the one here that's really particular to me is late 20th century sci-fi anime. Because if it's the technological awe, I understand sci-fi, but why would you restrict it specifically to sci-fi and specifically to, like, the 90s? Part of the meta of liking sci-fi was it being looking forward. If it's old, I'm looking backwards. I would disagree. I think Asimov's work was very forward-looking. I think a lot of old sci-fi is sort of forward-thinking. I would recommend Asimov. I would recommend the Lensman series by... what's that guy's fucking name? Doc Smith. Lensman series. By author E. Doc Smith. Yeah, go watch the Lensman anime and then go read the books. because it was new within my lifetime. I mean, all anime was new at a point. Tetsujin 28 and Astro Boy were new when they came out. I would argue Astro Boy, any version of Astro Boy, but specifically like the 80s or the 2000s one, still has a very forward-looking view of the future in technology. Mega Man, particularly Zero and ZX, and X actually just the whole Mega Man thing. There's no point. If I'm gonna say that, there's no point in making the distinction. But yeah, I feel like there's a lot of good science fiction of what you're describing, and not all of it is anime from the 90s. The vision was high-tech during my lifetime. I had that sense of awe when it was contemporary. There's nothing recent like that. Okay, but there's older stuff, and there's like there's stuff from the early 21st century that meets that description. I don't know, the Snowball Earth sounds pretty good. You never know. They might crack out a hit. There's no telling. It's hard to say, but they're still trying to make stuff like that. Although that's sort of dystopian. Maybe that's not a good example. What would be an example? A lot of newer anime of that regard, once you get into like the 2010s and beyond. Because I'm thinking of stuff like Zegapane, even Evangelion, and Ralzephon, however that's pronounced, Soma. Yeah, I guess past a certain point, but the 90s, the 80s, early 2000s, earlier stuff, like, get really into Astro Boy. That's what I would tell you. Astro Boy, and maybe Dr. Slump and Doraemon, but that's not really hard sci-fi. Get really into Astro Boy. That's what I would recommend. Astro Boy and Cyborg 009. The older stuff makes me feel like the best times are long behind me, and anime from 1998 didn't make me feel the best as times. When is that? Hold on. When is the Astro Boy anime I'm thinking about? Astro Boy anime adaptations. Yeah, go watch the 2003 series. I feel like that. Go watch the 1980 Astro Boy and the 2003 Astro Boy. A hard recommendation. That's my final answer. And that proves my point. If you go watch the 80s Astro Boy and the 2003 Astro Boy, that will prove my point that there is stuff older and newer, like what you're describing, that is beyond the late 20th century. Anyway, back at the matters at hand. No, I can't allow you to control me. But I mean, it's up to you. But that's what I would suggest. Protecting your master? Then so be it. I'll merge with both you and your machine then. Now come, Faye, fight me. It's no use. I know you're Lacan, and that you're a part of me. Yeah, what do you have beyond the memories of Lacan? Who even are you? But that doesn't change you being my father. I could never really fight you. You're so naive. Why don't you understand that your naivete is what killed Sophia? What killed your mother, Karen? I already know. Wait, you're gonna say he was naive with what happened with Karen? He was a child. What would you, like, is that even being naive? What would you expect? And that was your fault. Wait a minute. Hey, who caused that situation? Let's back up a second. I already know that. That's why I swore never to run away again. That I must rescue Ellie. So don't get in my way. Wake up. Open your eyes. Father, Lacan. If that's the case, then fight me. Fight me. I can't. The three of you are just gonna stand back there like... Come on. You're just gonna watch? You've just been watching this whole damn time? 2003 was 23 years ago. Really gives me rest assurance that the best times of anime are ahead of us. I don't know. Listen. Wait, hold on. let me get a list of like sci-fi anime cast. Listen, I'm not the best person to ask. I mostly watch older anime. Space Dandy. Actually, that might be a good one. Psychopath, terrible suggestion for this. Ergo Proxy. Okay. You know what? Hold on. You might be actually getting to me. Astra Lost in Space. That's trying too hard. Gurren Lagann. That's also trying too hard. Full Metal Alchemist. That's only 2009, though. Trigun is also dystopian. Blood Blockade Battlefront, funny. That would be a funny thing to say. World Trigger... I'd have to think about that. Gargantia. So many of these are dystopian. You might be kind of right, it is kind of bleak. Dr. Stone. God Eater, jeez. Cowboy Bebop was 98. That's kind of a tough one. 10 best sci-fi anime of the last 10 years. What do you got? Girls Last Tour, dystopian. ID Invaded. That's just Psychopaths again. The Trigun remake. 86. Well, at least that's not dystopian. Cyberpunk Edge Runners, dystopian. Iron-Blooded Orphans, dystopian. Yeah, there is a lot of pessimism about the future. That is just kind of the nature of recent fiction. Made in Abyss. You know, this is a brutal reality, but it's not technically dystopian. That's just the way of things in Made of Abyss. It's just that there's horrible creatures in that pit. It's not really a dystopia in a certain sense. Pluto! Dystopia. But that's an older dystopia, actually. Where would you put that one? Because that's from the 80s. Dandy looks like a... Space Dandy is a very good anime. It's a tough one. I mean, that's a problem generally with media. There's a lot of pessimism about tech in the future, and it's reflected by the fact that almost all of our, like, forward-looking media is dystopian now. But also, like, the present has gotten kind of dystopian. In some ways, our current reality is a cyberpunk dystopia. It just kind of sucks. It's not recognizable as, like, the one you see in, like, Blade Runner or anything, because it's boring and it sucks and we don't have flying cars. But in a lot of ways, we sort of live in a cyberpunk dystopia now. I see. Then there's no choice. I mean, hey, you know, if you want some bad advice, you could always read Teddy K's famous essay. It's very relevant to what you're feeling, but I don't think it would help you. I would recommend against it, actually. It's a well-written... Well, never mind that. I would actually not recommend that, you know. Also, because I'm on stream, I'm very against violence and terrorism. I'm opposed to all such things and criminal activity. I would never advocate... Just for the record, just to be clear. Such things are bad, as we all know. Since you are so unwilling to fight, I believe I'll have to use them as bait. Stop it. Don't we have the same memories? Yeah, what do you remember past being Lacan? Where does your memories diverge from Lacan's? I would actually like to know. Can't you also remember that sadness you felt way back then? Why then must you destroy everything? If we stop Deus, won't this all be over? You still don't understand, even after your contact with the existence? What do you mean he doesn't understand? You haven't made well, actually, you said you got the power. What was your contact with the existence like? That does raise a few questions. I came to understand after my contact with the existence that even if Deus was destroyed, As long as humans still inhabit this land, Mia, Elheim will be born time and time again. Yeah, and? You're in these cycles of torment because you deserve it. Like, what do you think you were gonna do about that? You've been repeating that cycle for centuries, for possibly thousands of years. Actually, it goes back to Zeboim. For thousands of years, you have repeated these cycles of torment. That's the nature of reality. That is the nature of your existence. What are you trying to accomplish by destroying everything? Do you think somehow that will, like, not happen again if you just, like, wipe everything out? Then all living things may as well perish along with Deus itself. That's the only path to freedom. No, you need to accept that you're wrong. You don't get a path to freedom. You're gonna go through this forever. You just need to accept it. Faye is right, actually. Faye is right that you need to accept all things. These cycles of torment exist because you deserve it. This is the nature of your existence. You will repeat this cycle forever. That is the way that you live. You live and you die and you live again only to suffer. Thus we meditate. The path to release us from these eternal cycles of life, the tragedies of history, and the spell of fate. Once I awaken Deus as a weapon, I'll obliterate all living things. Then I'll use your awakened self and that machine to return everything to nothing. That is what I concluded. Mia and Elheim are not just Deus's mouthpieces. That woman is its main body. Why can't you see that? That's not true. She gave her life for me, by shielding me from harm. Her eyes weren't Mia's. Mother came back at the last moment. Mia, Mother, even Ellie. We're all humans born on this planet. I'm not sure if Mia... You know what? That's not important. That's nitpicking. Deus doesn't matter. You'll see. I will bring Ellie back. Father, no, Graf Lacan. What? What? You could just call him Graf. We're really confusing matters. If you won't back down, never. Then I have no choice. The time has come to truly become one. Con Graf Lacan. What are we trying to say with, like, Khan and Lacan? Oh, wait, I still have the 30% fixed for... Wow, you're screwed, buddy. Let's see here. Yin power, yang power, inner healing, guided shot. I don't have system id anymore. Which is a little frustrating, but it's probably fine. I would say the 20th century dystopia feels more like a point for adventure than let's depress the viewer about the future. Again, I mean, one of those examples that recently got an anime was Pluto. That's a much older manga. That's a really brutal kind of dystopia. Would you stop doing Dragon Ball attacks and fight me properly? Let's settle this with our hands like men. I would start reading, tap in on Astro Boy and, you know, Osamu Tezuka, Ishinomori. I'm trying to think, is the Foundation series a dystopia? It's dystopian in some respects. I feel like, despite himself in some ways, Asimov's work is actually pretty optimistic. I'd have to think about that. Smith's work is also optimistic. Maybe a little too optimistic, frankly. The Lensman series is good to read because it's also like the underpinning of all of our science fiction at this point, because like You'd be surprised by how many things, like the Green Lanterns in DC, Star Wars as a whole, any space drama really. It's sort of like Journey to the West, but for white people. Journey to the West, but for the Western world. You'd be surprised how much of our fiction is sort of based in some of the older science fiction like that. Maybe what I'm looking for is a product of a high-trust society and a good economy. Well, I mean, you're not going to find that today. If that's what you're looking for, then you're really not going to see that today. Also, well, does Japan have a good economy? That's sort of a matter of economic theory. It is a high-trust society, though. So maybe that's why you gravitate towards anime. I don't know if Japan has a good economy. They did in the 80s. They did before the bubble burst. The economy they have now, I suppose it's a question of what good looks like. I should probably heal. Special options, fixed frame. Not since the show era, it only looks good on paper. I have to think about that. Well, actually, no, the bubble economy lasted until Heisei. It was early Heisei when that happened. Yes, the Showa era. The Showa era was pretty peak, honestly. Just generally speaking. Graf talked all that shit about fate and destiny and all this other shit. They loses. Only looks good on paper. I mean, it depends what you want. I would argue their economy is good. It's good for the people that live there. It has been. It's not really growing. It's not really. It's they're. If you compare them to like G7 countries, it's a contracted economy. They have their problems, but like, what do you mean a good economy? By certain macroeconomic measures, it's a bad economy, but I kind of would prefer an economy like that. Here's how I measure economy. How much do average people make relative to their average expenses? That's a very stratified question in Japan. Because, like, I would say a lot of Japanese people have a good economy, but there's also a lot of, salarymen and people working for black companies. So, it depends. Depends which part of the economy you're looking at. Is Xenosaga related to Xenogears? Yes and no. That's complicated. The easiest way to explain it is that Xenosaga and Xenogears are the same setting and history to some extent, but in parallel universes. So, like, in both the setting of in this setting, something similar to Xenogears happened prior to the events of this game, and in the setting of Xenosaga, something like Xenogears will happen after the events of Xenosaga. But they're not exactly related. It's like they're parallel universes at different points in time. Can a single income make a family of 5 live comfortably on? That's impossible to know. You know how few families of 5 there are in Japan? I don't even know how we'd measure that. In the Japanese economy, the birth rate's very low. But that's due to that's not really that's a whole list of issues that cause that. They're still trying to figure that out now. They don't know why, but that's beyond their economy. Why don't you finish me off? If you don't get rid of me, then you cannot get what you want. It's all right, Dad. I understand. You are not Graf. I think he is Graf. You are my father. You and Graf are one. Well, you just said he wasn't Graf. You know what? Never mind. Your will and purpose will never change. I knew that once we fought, but let's stop now. Our objective should be the same. It's the same as becoming one. We don't have to fight. Yeah, like, can you just fuck off? Why don't you fuck off? I'll go kill Deus, and that can just be how we resolve this. And then you can reincarnate and suffer the next time. When the States was pre-post-industrial, that was possible. There's a lot of issues with our economy. The problem with the economy here and in Europe is that our economy isn't real. In a certain sense, we have a services economy. It's very theoretically real. It's the stock market. But an economy is things. What's the literal definition of the word? Define economy. The wealth and resources of a country or region, especially in terms of the production and consumption of goods and services, careful management of available resources. Yeah, like an economy is stuff, you know? It's resources, it's production, it's productive capacity, it's what you produce with those resources. So an economy is very tangible. Our economy is very much not that. So it's like, in the sense of economics, you could call what goes on here an economy. All of the banking and financial services and retail. Technically, that is in some sense an economy, but in a very literal sense, it doesn't meet the definition of what an economy actually is, in the way that, like, industry is an economy. Because industry is about resources, productive capacity, and productive output. But that's a whole other matter. Then, you know, we have to talk about economic theory, then. We have to talk about, you know, fractile reserve banking and all that. A lot of things, frankly. What? My body. We don't really have factories outside of the plants that make cereal or whatever. I mean, we have some factories. We don't have we don't have industry the way we used to have. There are factories that exist in the country, but like we used to have like a real middle class because like we just used to have factories everywhere. Like entire small towns were supported by the one factory where everybody worked, and that was like a middle class suburb, I suppose. Although, but that was like more the norm. Textile mills, yeah, stuff like that. But you know, it's not that there's literally no industry or literally no factories that exist. It's that it's become such a minute part of our economy. It doesn't define our economy the way that we have like a services economy. It's not an industrial economy. And then depending on what you consider to be economic activity, it's a question whether that's even an economy. But that's a matter of theory and philosophy about economy. Economics. We're already talking about religion and metaphysics here. I don't know if we need to bring in economy. I'm so glad the world of Xenogears doesn't seem to have an economy. That's the last thing they need. That would really make everything worse. They literally don't have an economy, actually, now that I think about it, because, like, gears and all their important resources, they just dig up out of the ground. Like, all of the stuff they need is, like, pre-built. Zohar is after you. The last piece to combine with Deus' system. It seeks to unify with you, the first to have been divided from it. What? This is what Lacan wanted all along. After all, I am an imperfect existence. It was inevitable that it would come to this, considering what had happened in the past. Lacan's imperfect secondary contact with the wave existence split his personality into two. Okay, so you are literally a split personality of Lacan. So even in his past lives, he still had DID. The cycles of torment are fracturing. It's really like... This guy is so... He's actually wrong for trying to escape this. It's so fated for him to have to suffer forever. For thousands of years across all realities. In different universes, you will find Ellie and you will suffer. It's just... It is necessary. Graph. You don't understand. You are born to suffer and die and be reincarnated and suffer all over again. That's not a problem with reality that would cause you to need to destroy everything. That is reality. There is no freedom for that. The real freedom is accepting that, as Faye has. You simply need to take things as they are. That you suffer and die and suffer forever. And that's just how things are for you. Is it really suffering? Is if it is the natural state of your existence? It is the nature of the thing that you are? You know, we're in pain because we're all dying, really. Eventually his body died, but the original Lacan transmigrated. So Lacan, the split personality of Lacan, his soul reincarnated into Faye. So what the fuck are you? Like, how could he, his personality split and one of the split personalities transmigrated into Faye? So like, what exactly are you? Like, do you have a soul? Graf, do you think you have a soul? Like, I would actually like to hear your opinion. If your split personality was able to actually transmigrate, and we can prove that because Faye remembers it. Like, what actually are you as an existence? Bringing the destiny of becoming a contact with him. He was reborn with your present body. I don't even know if I have a soul, but I want to know if he thinks he has a soul. Listen, Lacan, in the context of Xenogears, we know Lacan had a soul because he was able to transmigrate. Like, he had something he could consider to be a soul because it links him and Kim and Abel and Lacan and Faye. So, in this context, Lacan does have a soul, but does Graf have a soul if he was left behind after their personalities split and Lacan reincarnated? Bringing the destiny of him becoming a contact with him, he was reborn with your present body. The remaining persona, just his desires, lived on separately by possessing the bodies of others. That is Graf. That is me. But what, like, are you just Impulse then? Like, what are you? I'm really curious about his sort of state of existence. It's really interesting. Because it's not like Lacan doesn't have desires. Like, Faye has desires, and he's the reincarnation of Lacan. I may have inherited Lacan's will. I mean, you have his memories. Are you sure you inherited his will? How would you portion that out? I think Faye inherited a lot of his will. But I'm not the same as the contact Lacan. Can we just call him Lacan? We're really overcomplicating things with all these different names. We need a sort of categorical... We need a system of categorization here. We need a system of numbers and letters to figure out who's who in this... all this reincarnation and split personalities and possession is really making things complicated here. It is impossible for me to make real contact. There would be no true melding and release. Even though our bodies may be different, I am still half of you. Are you sure it's half? How are you measuring that? Is it half? I feel like Lacan maybe has 80%. That fact remains. Although I'm imperfect, I can merge temporarily with Zohar, and thus be able to buy you some time. This is the only way I can be one with you. This is all I can do. Deus System will start to look for you again. Before then, you have to destroy the newly perfected Deus and this Zohar modifier. You're the only one that can destroy the physical barrier that encases God's body. Dad! As you said, that was Karen. Though many generations, Mia is beginning to break free from her bounds. Now that Elohim has merged with Deus, she has all of her memories back. Is Elohim... You know what, never mind, I'll let that go. We'll ask her when we find her about what she remembers and how that all works. All the memories from her original birth as the contacts complement up to her current generation. I don't know enough about Abel's story, because, like, it sounds like you're talking about Adam and Eve, but you're Abel, not Adam. That includes all of the life she has lived as Mia and her substitutes over the centuries. So is Mia like you, or is that different? Of course, that includes your mother's memories too. That sounds uncomfortable when you put it like that, but okay. Mother's memories? Faye, cut away all the binds on mankind. You should be able to do that now. Save her, and all the other women bound with her. I'm begging you, Faye. This reminds me of that one, like, religious android assassin from Mike Guine, who believed in, like, who was Christian and believed in the afterlife. I want to know if that guy thinks he has a soul. Like, I want to hear it from him, like, what he thinks about that, because he's a cyborg, he's an android assassin. Like, the same way I want to hear from Graf, like, what is his opinion on the metaphysical nature of his existence? If we assume souls exist, but you are a sort of questionable existence, do you then have a soul? What's this? This pendant. Is this Sophia's or my mother's? Yes. It's nothing. I'm just talking to myself, which, you know what? Should I make that joke of, like, which yourself are you talking to? I feel like that's a little insensitive. I'm sorry for all the trouble I've caused. Thank you all so much. Anyway, let's get going. There is little time left now, for me, and for our planet. That's true. It is kind of Armageddon. We are a little late for the end of all things. What is this place? This is where it all started. This is our genesis. We know humans were born here. Long ago, Deus crash-landed on this planet in an interplanetary colony ship. In order to revive itself someday, Deus detached the Zohar modifier's core. Teammates have just been standing off to this. Yeah, the three of them just standing off listening to Faye go through all of this is so funny. Like, they didn't even help him when Graf showed up. Like, come on, man. They didn't help Khan subdue Id. They didn't help Faye fight Graf. The three of them just sitting there, like, watching all of that unfold is crazy. That's such an anime thing to do. It's fucking Dragon Ball Z ass. Let's just sit here and we gotta observe. We're supervising, really. In order to revive itself someday, Deus detached the Zohar modifier's core. After this core unit came down here, a single woman awoke and arose from it. Was that Mia? She's the mother of all humanity. After she awoke, she used all her power to bear several beings. These would become the ancestors of the whole humanity. And that's you and Cain, right? Like, I'm following the biblical. We're talking about Genesis. Yes, I've read this one. These were the Emperor and the Gazelle Ministry. See, I'm not really sure where they fit into this, but that's, you know, we're mixing a lot of metaphors here, so who knows. Finally, she gave birth to replicas of herself to be humanity's caretakers. Two selves, the human mother and the weapon, the subject and the complement, the act and the potent. Yes, yes. That is Ellie and Mia. No, I think you have that backwards. That's Mia, and then the copies are Ellie. And all the other women, presumably. Like, that you're, again, we have to really categorize all these names. Should we step in? Nah, they're clearly working through some serious issues. I definitely don't want to have the college degrees to help. The funny thing is, Satan actually does know a lot about psychology. Like, Satan specifically is probably qualified to intervene, and he just chose not to. This is much to think about. We're looking at it very strongly and with great interest. We have to observe these goings on before taking any hasty action. I, the sole survivor from the colony ship, met Ellie. Wait, did Mia not? You're the sole survivor, so was Mia produced here, but you were alive before that? Did you? So, okay. So are you separate from Kane? Is Kane not like one of you? I was assuming. So you're Adam, and Mia is Eve, and you're also Cain and Abel. Is that not correct? Or are you just Abel? Everything started from there. The land of Genesis, Kedemoni. This is that place. Ah, yes, the Garden of Eden. It doesn't look as verdant as I would expect, but, you know, we're on another planet. Yeah, but Faye, even with your shared fate with Deus, why do you have such ancient memories? That's a lot to explain. Listen, the world is about to end, Bart. We can run that all back later. Usually, human memories cannot be passed down through the generations. Humans do not normally have the ability to compress and store memory in their introns. What? Is this another metaphysical thing? Introns. Definition. A segment of DNA and RNA. Oh boy, we're talking about biology now. Great. Great. We just needed more. We needed more, obviously. Which does not code for proteins and interrupts the sequence of genes. Why would data be stored in introns? Is that like a theory about instinct or something? I'm not really... I'm not quite well read on evolutionary biology, so you're losing me here. But Ellie and I, and Mia, are different. No, Ellie and Mia are the same. You and Ellie, alright? Graf and Mia are still the two of you. Please do not unnecessarily separate people. This is confusing enough. Graf literally just explained that Mia and Ellie are part of the same thing. Due to our connection with the wave existence, I still think it might be a particle existence after you make contact, but never mind. That is, due to Zohar's ability to change possible phenomena, we can clearly store data in our introns. Is that why? In other words, we can leave behind memories to be inherited by our descendants. The same way the wave existence is bound by Zohar, this information affixes a part of the wave's existence's power to me myself, you could say. Why is there like a green tube? Does that have like fluid in it? What is that? Then this is the form from when Ellie and Mia were still one being. This is the first woman of our... it's a test tube. I get it. This is the first woman of our... We're using the term woman very loosely. Though I suppose that's always been the case. Our mother. Why is there like a thing in there? What is that? Who is that? Is that another fleshy... Oh great, everybody's here. Why is Tora here? Where would you... You know what? He can be here, it's fine. And Zephyr is here. Don't you have a country to run? At least 2 or maybe 3 people here ought to be out running a country. So if we destroy that Zohar thing, everything will be over, right? No. We have to destroy Deus. Yes. No. The source of our Aether powers, and the source of power for the generators that make our gears work. It all comes from the Zohar modifier engine, which can control any potential phenomena. If we destroy it, Deus and the Seraph Angels will all be deactivated. And then we should also be able to free Ellie, who has become bound to the Deus weapon system as Mia. Right, Faye? Yeah, that is what the Wave Existence said. No, I think it said to destroy Deus. I mean, I feel like we're trying to circumvent like the apocalypse here. It's sort of, this is kind of very predestined, you know? But then there is one downside. It will also mean that we'll no longer be able to use our gears or our aether powers anymore. Satan, is that a downside compared to all of life on Earth being exterminated? Like, what do you mean? The downside that we'll survive the apocalypse, but we won't have superpowers anymore? I feel like you should just take that one, man. It's not the worst deal. I feel like I need a college roll spiral bound notebook for this. Yeah, you gotta go back to I gotta go back to college and study psychology. I didn't, you know, I gotta drink deep of fucking Freud's awful theories about psychoanalysis. Freud has a lot of interesting theories, but he is a terrible person. Although that's sort of separate from his body of work. But it is worth pointing out. But that's neither here nor there. It just came to mind. We'll survive the apocalypse, but our fucking giant robots and superpowers won't work anymore. It's like, okay, I would take that. I would take that deal. It's like, I get it. That is a downside, but it's a how do you weigh that downside against Armageddon? What are those seraph angels about anyway? Presumably they're just automated gears. That odd appearance, as if they lack something, as if they were neither living beings nor mere weapons. They're like mass-produced Evas, yeah? The seraphs are what manifest when the Zohar senses human consciousness. That didn't answer his question at all. That's unrelated to his question. He was asking in a more literal sense, like, what physically are they? Human consciousness. The Zohar, in and of itself, contains the uncertainty principle, and we're back to quantum physics. It is the very act of observation by an observer that determines actuality. Ah, yes, good old Schrodinger. And somebody actually says it in so many words. Thank you. In other words, those seraphs may be the manifest forms of spirits of the people that Deus ingested as its parts. I feel like that is a conclusion you're jumping to. What the hell's the point of those things wiping out all of civilization? The point is wiping out all of civilization. That is the purpose in and of itself. Like, what do you mean? I guess it's a question of what they were created for, but how are we going to figure that out? That happened untold millennia ago. We don't even know. It didn't even happen on this planet. Do you resent those that survived? Not at all. Humans were created for the purpose of being ingested, and becoming parts of Deus. Have no such intention. Remember the words that Ellie spoke after becoming Mia. Beings capable of creating God will eventually become a hindrance. That is why they are to be eliminated. Yes, and that is why the Merkaba is being used to begin that destruction. However, Deus should be following its programming and destroying the surface, so that no civilization remains, but it's not. Deus's terminals, the Seraphs, are utilizing bodies comprised of nanomachine colonies, and are observing a great many people regardless of if they are alive or dead. Regardless if they are mutant or not. This is strange. Ingesting humans that should be destroyed and eliminated is an act that is contrary to its original purpose. Maybe there aren't enough parts? That's impossible. Now that Deus has acquired the ability of nanomachines... Yeah, that's right, why would it need... That's actually a good point about the whole, like, fleshy bodies thing. Why would it need to absorb physical matter if... Like, when Corellin was talking about nanomachines earlier when we were in Solaris, he said that he could convert between matter and energy. So they could potentially create any amount of anything they need. So why would it require absorbing people? What actually would be the necessity of that if we can just create any matter from thin air, essentially? as long as there is enough, like, power to do it, and there is infinite power in the Zohar. So, what would be the need? Any kind of material is acceptable for constructing of its body. Well, you can convert between any type of matter, not just those of people, whose bodies were destined to become its parts. Clearly, there is no reason to think that it is anything but an action with a different purpose. This behavior, Corellin sees Deus as mother. I thought Mia was mother. If Deus is mother, then this is the doing of the Great Mother. Would you stop renaming everything? There's already enough naming of things. Preventing the growth of her child, engulfing it, and returning it to the womb as part of itself. That is a really, really uncomfortable analogy for what's happening. It's eating and killing those people. Like, what's wrong with you? Why would you... That's not what's happening at all. Such a program does not exist in Deus's design. Perhaps this new trait has sprouted according to someone's will. Is it Corellin's fault? I think we should kill Corellin. Regardless. Either it's from Ellie, who is synchronized with Deus, or it's... Either way, it doesn't change the fact that we have to fight. Yeah, I think we're getting a little lost in the weeds here. I think we should stop Armageddon, and then we can catalog what precisely Armageddon was and why. Regardless of what their intentions are, the problem is how we're supposed to deal with them. You think we can do it in our current state? I like that Choo-Choo is piloting. This secret battleship, Excalibur... How many secret battleships do we have? We barely even used the other fucking thing. Why is this ship called Excalibur if the other one is Yggdrasil? Which fucking... I like that of all the fucking biblical and metaphysical and psychological references they're making, there's also just fucking random shit thrown in. Excalibur? Like, why? Where does that possibly fit in? Like, could you find that? Is that word in the Bible? Do you mind? And for that matter, Zephyr? Like, come on. Additionally, the military potential of all the surface forces will assemble here. Even if we can put together a massive force, we still have the problem with the main armament of the Merkaba. We need to know how to take that out, as long as we don't do that. Merkaba's ultra-long-range cannon can vaporize any substance. Anything? On top of that, they have a barrier around... Wait, how would you fire a weapon like that? Wouldn't it just destroy itself? Like, what is the barrel of that cannon made out of? Or does the beam actually fire from the tip of the barrel? How does that work? On top of that, they have a barrier around their perimeter that nullifies all attacks. So it destroys everything and nullifies all attacks. Well, I guess we lost. If you're gonna speak in absolutes like that, I suppose we lost. We fought against the Merkaba many times to try to stop its onslaught. However, we cannot even get close, hence we have to withdraw every time. Why would you try that more than once then? Damn it, no matter how much we want to save Ellie, if we can't get inside the Merkaba, it's meaningless. What about the cannon in the one fortress? In the Jasper Fortress. With the mirror, the thing we used earlier, would that not work? Yeah, add to that, there's the problem of those Seraphs. They function as the terminal interfaces, weapons for close combat. I can easily say that their attack power is equivalent to the Omniclear class. They even have regenerative ability due to the nanomachines. Don't be concerned about that. I was able to obtain data from Xenogears. Hey! We got the name drop again! You see, Xenogears has mutagenically evolved due to its contact with Zohar. Alright, can we step back? I'm gonna need a more thorough explanation than that. You lost me. Using that data, all of your new gears ought to be completed soon. Oh, okay. So it's just a plot device. Never mind. You don't have to explain anything then. It's magic. It's nanomachines, bitch. I don't gotta explain shit. Basically, think of it like a Lacan's power. Yes, got it. I simply use Xenogears to instill your gears with their Omnigear upgrades all by itself. I'm still a little unclear on what the benefit of the Omnigears actually was. Additionally, all the other weapons and armaments are being modified to implement the disassembler device. What? Disassembler device? In contrast to nano-assemblers, which create matter to repair with, the disassemblers have the ability to dismantle or destroy matter. How can you destroy matter? Matter and energy cannot be destroyed. That's not how that works. What about the conversion of matter? Wouldn't that just, like, make a black hole? Would destroy matter to where? To what? What do you mean? Where does it go? Two-line didn't read. Everyone's due for an upgrade in Divine Revision. Here it is. Yeah, I'm kind of curious how all the gears look. I mean, other than Faye already got his. Everybody else needs to keep up. What do you mean dismantle or destroy matter? How can you destroy matter? Where would it go? They can even deactivate... Like, even if you had, like, an atomic weapon, it just converts matter into energy. So that still obeys like the fucking... What was that thing called in the Midas system in Front Mission 3? Like, that obeys the conservation of matter because it just converts the matter into energy when it destroys the atomic structure. Using IRL logic, Sentai? We're talking about actual metaphysics here. I think I'm entitled. Also, hey, Neeps, good morning. Like, we're talking about we're talking about quantum physics here. It counts. They just explained, like, the quantum physics principle of particles and waves and observation. What would happen if we watched the matter being destroyed? Would it change? They can even deactivate the nanomachine's restoring ability by disengaging their repair programs. Is that necessary if the nanomachines don't exist? This should be sufficiently effective against the Deus' Seraphs. Alright, even if we can deal with the angels, nanomachine side. No, now we have anti-nanomachines. They have nano-assemblers and we have the disassembler system. We have anti-nanomachines. Hopefully they don't have anti-nanomachines to counter us. Just how are we going to deal with the Merkaba? We can't even get close to that thing. Can't we... Like, what is the barrier made out of? Can't we just disassemble the matter? Can't we disassemble the barrier? It can't... Surely it can't block not existing. How would that even work? There's no such thing as a perfect defense. There is a... You literally described it as a perfect defense. You said the barrier blocks all attacks. You spoke in absolutes. What, you were just lying earlier? You were the one who suggested it was perfect. Hey. Look over here. Ah, yes. The hologram. Where do we get this ship from, by the way? Merkaba's main gun requires a 1.2 second interval to reload because of its tremendous output. Upon firing, although it is only sectional, there will be a portion of the barrier that will be opened. Well, their beam also destroys all matter, right? So even if you didn't open the barrier, it would be opened by the beam, right? There is a 1.87 second delay before the barrier reforms in that area. We can use this window of time to target and destroy the cannon. It will be possible to close in on it. If we can get close enough, we can break through with gravitational spatial correction. Yes. Well, this is the rough idea. How does gravitational spatial, like, do we know what gravitons are? Unfortunately, we don't have such a long-range cannon. Well, I mean, we're just gonna have to go straight up to it, yeah? That could acquire a target in such a brief time frame. So what you're saying is we just need to shut that annoying cannon up, right? Yes, thank you, Bart. You want to go head on into Merkava? Yeah, I mean, do you have a better idea? Now you're being reckless again. That's suicide. Suicide as compared to what? Again, we're facing Armageddon. I feel like a suicide plan is appropriate. Hoshi, hello. A lot of things are happening in the plot and the story and the characters. But how are you? How was your stream? Good morning. Pokemon. Heart Gold and Soul Silver is so good. I wonder if Heart Gold and Soul Silver or Omega Ruby and Alpha Sapphire were better. Those were some of the better remakes. I didn't like the Absolute Pearl or Diamond or whatever the fuck. Brilliant Pearl. What was it called? But I did like Heart Gold and Soul Silver. I've kind of fallen off with Pokemon. Hoshi Raid, welcome in, welcome in. I got Nidoking after like an hour or two of pain. Let's go. I like Nidoking and Nidoqueen. I like ground-type Pokemon in general, but their designs are really good. Brilliant Diamond and Shining Pearl, I think? Or the other way? Yeah, it was something like that. I didn't really like those ones. I feel like it misses the point of, like, all the other remakes at that point were, like, using the original as a basis to make essentially a new game. Where that one was just straight up a remake, but with, like, better graphics, in some sense. Like, it's... Like, why even bother? Like, I already played Pearl. Wait, am I just gonna play Diamond now? It's like, who cares? I think it's fine, but it's only because I never played the... I guess it's fine for that purpose. But it's like, I don't understand the point of making... You could just re-release the games. You could just port them. I don't know. I've fallen off Pokemon. The last Pokemon game I really played was Sun and Moon. I would rather re-release of the OG. Yeah, it would be fine. But thank you so much for the raid. I hope you had a good stream. And feel free to get water and rest and all that. Because the OG has a better soundtrack than the Switch remake? Really? Why would they change the soundtrack? The music was excellent in those games. No, listen. We're not just going to rush in. The Drazzle 4 and this Excalibur are also equipped with barriers. That's what we'll use. Oh, we're gonna cancel it out like the fucking AT fields in Ava? Although only for a short time, we can withstand a direct hit from the Merkaba's main cannon. How? The cannon destroys all matter. What do you mean withstand? The things it hit don't exist. How would you resist that? It just sounds off to me when I heard a few themes I recognized. Huh. Wonder how they changed it or why. I always thought the music in all the Pokemon games was really good. I don't know why you would do a remake and change it. Actually, did Heart Gold and like Alpha Ruby or whatever have different soundtracks to the original? If they did, I didn't really notice. I feel like they did, but it was like a leitmotiv, like it was a sort of, yeah, it was a remix. Then we can close in and watch for that part of the barrier to go down and then destroy the cannon. How long will our barrier last? About 20 or so seconds. Or so? What do you mean, or so? We're gonna die, Bart. It either lasts for long enough or it doesn't. They sound the same, just sound front is different, I think? I guess the DS did have a sort of particular soundscape. They did actual instruments or something, but it sounds wrong. Truly, the DS and the Game Boy Advance had... were the better instruments. That's all. It wouldn't matter how fast we fly. That amount of time, we'd be within a barrier before we can get within firing range. And those numbers are valid only if the generator is at full drive, right? We can only get those numbers if we sacrifice all of their output in propulsion. I'm not suggesting we go in guns blazing knowing we're gonna lose. I mean, you're going in... You're suggesting we go in guns blazing on these, like, betting that we're gonna win. Like we don't know what's gonna happen. We're just gonna risk it. We're gonna gamble. We're going to physically put a lid on it directly. As you've said, the Yggdrasil 4 or Excalibur's barrier can't sufficiently defend against Bergaba's attack. At least with one generator, that is. Meaning we can defend against the Merkaba with twice the amount of time. Is that how that works? 40 seconds? 40 seconds or so, you mean? Thinking of Pokemon Soundscape, I mainly remember GBA RSE French horns. Yeah, the horns. Man. Ruby and Sapphire are so peak. I feel like the first, like, 4 Pokemon generations are kind of unmatched. I don't know, maybe I shouldn't be too harsh because I've fallen off on the newer Pokemon games. So, the most I know about, like, Sword and Shield and, what was the next ones? I forget even. But the most I know about newer games is that I didn't want to play them. So. I do kind of like the look of the new one, but I know that's propaganda. Fucking Pokemon companies trying to trick me. Trying to trick me into tapping back in. If we couple the 2 generators together, Wind and Waves, I think it was, is the newest ones. I'm a Gen 5 head myself. I think the music in Gen 5 was good. I didn't dislike Gen 5. Gen 5 wasn't enough that it was a deal breaker. I'll say that. And the same with, like, 6. It was the first mainline game I played, but I played all the games. I played Yellow, Gold, Sapphire, Pearl. I think I had Black. No, wait, yeah, no, Black. I had Y, but I played like and I had Sun, but I had like I played most of the mainline games. I played a lot of the spin-offs too. I really like the 2 GBA games, or just the Game Boy games for the card game. All the Coliseum stuff, all the Mystery Dungeon stuff is really good. But I love the older soundtracks too, because I heard them a lot through my life. The GameCube games had hard clear, they goated remixes and original tracks. Ooh. You know what was good? What was that one what was the Wii, like, Coliseum game? I forget what that was even called. That was a really good one, though. Where you were on the island with all the different tournament structures. Gen 6 was the last one I played until Sword and Shield, and holy shit, what a fall off. Oof. Yeah, I didn't play Sword and Shield. Sun and Moon were fine, but, like, I didn't like them as much as older games, and Sword and Shield just didn't interest me. Same people who made Coliseum and Gale of Darkness made that one. That one was good because you could, like, import all your Pokemon from Diamond and Pearl. So you could, like... It was sort of like it was like they do it in the anime where, like, Ash will, like, go to a place where they do that kind of thing. Like the whatever islands arc. Like, it was basically you were taking your Pokemon from Diamond and Pearl and going there. That one was good too, but a bit more techno-ish. You could do that in Gale of Darkness and Coliseum as well. Yeah, I always liked that. Then what about the propulsion? Just hear me out. I still don't get where this Excalibur ship even came from. This is what we do. First, we transform my Yggdrasil into heavy assault mode and load it onto the How big is the Excalibur? How big is this fucking ship? The Yggdrasil 4 is the size of a city. Load it onto the Excalibur so we can couple the generators. By doing that, we can reduce the energy usage down to just supporting the hull of the ship and generating the barrier. This will allow most of the energy to be devoted to generating the barrier. Next, shift the barrier to full front and focus it to a single point where the main cannon will make its strike. Now for movement. First off, we develop a barrier by engaging Excalibur's maximum generator to generate to maximum power. For propulsion during that time, we install on the Yggdrasil those large solid rockets we got from the ruins of the Mass Driver. See, I don't remember that because the Mass Driver thing happened off screen like a lot of Disc 2. So I didn't know we got solid fuel rocket jets. But you know, I guess I'm being told now. When the Excalibur's barrier expires, we'll use the Yggdrasil 4's generator to develop a barrier. Then we'll also detach the solid rockets and shift the Excalibur into conventional flight. Using this method, we can get right in the Merkaba's face. After it fires, it'll be defenseless. During this time, we'll block the muzzle of the Merkaba's cannon with Excalibur's bow ram. The Shark Boy is on? Shark Boy and Lava Girl? Or do you mean Sharky Titus? I like Sharky, he's cute. Jesus, how long is this game? It does keep going. I kind of thought we would be done by now. You know, I actually got Xenosaga Episode 1 ready because where we were at before felt like the end of the game. So I assumed we were actually going to finish this time. The ladder. Ah, yes. I like Sharky. He's a friend of a friend. Upon which, we should have 0.67 seconds. 6-7! 6-7! They said 6-7. What a tease this game is. It just keeps going. With the cannon fire of Excalibur. Can I do 6-7 with this model? Kinda. With the cannon fire of the Excalibur, we'll destroy the Yggdrasil 4 slave generator and incapacitate the Merkaba along the way. And then, we break through. We're gonna destroy the generator in the ship where isn't it just gonna explode? That's what the plan is all about. The combination of the barriers of both ships, starving the Merkaba, the timing of the cannon fire of the Excalibur, these are all going to be crucial. Mesh up any one of these and the consequences are going to be severe. Hence, it'll be necessary to have both crews in sync with each other. That's why I'd like to place Sig in command of the Excalibur. I have no problems with that. Thank you, Sigurd. What do you think, Queen? Will you lend us your battleship? What? Oh, this is... We got this in Shivat? I don't remember them even mentioning this. Since there appears to be no other alternative, let's go with that. Please use it as you see fit. But are we not cutting it uncomfortably close? Oh, what, you have a better idea? When you calculate the arrival time and the barrier generation time, you will see what I mean. One minor mishap will put us in a situation where we could run out of barrier before our barrier power before our arrival. Also, we would be devoting both generators to keeping the barriers up. Won't that leave us without perimeter defenses? We won't stand a chance if we get engaged by the Seraph Angels on our way to Merkaba. We'll hold them off. You can count on us. What, just the like 7 of you? You guys can concentrate on taking out that main cannon. Thanks, we're depending on you. Already, everywhere else has been taken out. This is the only place that's left. This is going to be the true final battle. Is this gonna... I thought the last one was the true final battle. Is this actually gonna be the true final battle? We set out to silence God's Ark, Merkaba, which was the epitome of offensive and defensive power, and then stormed inside it. We initiated the operation to destroy Zohar. Ah, yes, anime. Did it work, or did we die? I think they died, and that's the end of the game. Did it work? The charm with this kind of CGI? Yeah, it's good. I miss PlayStation cutscenes. PS2 cutscenes are sort of lacking in soul. I think that's what... I didn't know he used the fucking Brigadier to pilot it. That's awesome. It's the aesthetic they call Silicon Dreams. Man, we only got to use the giant robot once. Tragic. And we lost most of the Yggdrasil, but I guess we kept the bridge. It's okay, we can just use the Excalibur now. Hey, we won! Well, that was easy. All that yapping and I just had to watch a cutscene. That can't be. A secondary explosion? Oh no, I should have known better. What a miscalculation. The explosion was too big. It reacted with the main condenser right under the main cannon and induced a secondary explosion. How could I have been so stupid? Eh? You mean we overdid it? Why did I not realize it sooner? This means we might have... Oh no, Ellie! What? Did we kill Ellie? Did we explode Ellie? What the hell? This is an operation to save her. She exploded? Oh my god, Ellie! Well, what is it this time? Hey, Satan, what else is gonna happen? Can you right the ship before we worry about all that? Something is happening in the center of Merkaba. What could it be? I mean, presumably it's Deus? That's... What the hell is that? That's scary. Fucking Shin Getter Dragon Awakening form. That seems bad. I think we lost, huh? Oh, thank you for the alert. Oh, yeah, I don't know. I think we kind of lost. At that time, the earth quaked and shook, and from the location where the Merkaba crashed, a giant object appeared. That's presumably Deus, right? It was Deus's final form. The Merkaba was merely its vessel. You know what it looks like? Do you know what I'm talking about? Of like the... Shin Getter Dragon... The Armageddon form. Not the full form, the awakening form. The, like... I don't know if I can find a picture of this. Well, it looks like the thing from... I wonder which came first. I guess Armageddon would have had to be after. No, I can't find a good picture of it. This is the start of the last 20 hours of the game? It's possible. The Merkaba was merely its vessel. Deus evolved through the use of Corellan's nanomachines. He has to be dead, right? Like, there's no way he could have survived all that. Into a planetary scale weapon and began terraforming. Isn't this like anti-terraforming? It's deleting all the water and atmosphere. It was an attempt to convert this entire planet into a weapon. I guess that's in a sense terraforming. We retreated back into the base at the snow plains. Retreated where? It's a planetary scale attack. What do you mean retreated? Where are we going? Is Venus forming? Possibly. We decided to go back into Deus. Time was running out. Makes me think of Ultraman. Where the fuck are we now? Rest in the back. Yeah, let's take a quick nap. Couldn't hurt. Don't. Okay, let's see. We haven't been on foot in a minute. Where in particular is this? A cow! Oh, is this on Shabbat? Av, Kislev, Nissan? We've been feuding for such a long time, but finally, we're coming together as one like this. I'm pretty sure none of those places exist anymore. But it's probably already too late. It's always the case. By the time we notice anything, it's way too late. How could we possibly stand up to God's army? The situation is really hopeless. No, we got past God's army, it's just God. It's just God itself is terraforming the planet. Though this base is the last refuge for humans, you can have no doubt we have almost no supplies. Anyway, we're using a fallen piece of Shabbat as the main base, but you could probably get— What happened to the rest of Shabbat? What do you mean a fallen piece? We can take out Deus even one day sooner. We can't hold out like this much longer. Hey, welcome. What can I do for you today? Aw, what do you got? Thor's Thunder? Sonic Wave? Okay, Aether Stones. Yeah, let's get 3 of each. Hey, thanks. Come again. Wow. I don't know how much more again we have. Hey, aren't these Pico tiles cute? They're going cheap. Cheap too. How about it? Wanna buy my Pico tiles? Sure. Alright. 20,000 G for the lot. No haggling for discounts, so pay up. Thanks. They're really delicious if you grill them. And there they go. Ah! I know nothing. Nothing! You wanna go up? No. Hey buddy, you need something? Hey, hang on a minute. Eh? I want to see what all the gears look like. Xenogears? Xenogears himself? The Xenogears? Wait, did they just get turned back to their fucking... they're just all the Omnigear forms again. So they lost the Armagear forms for like an hour, and then they have them all back again? Because it's Ella, Endavari, El Razmazo, El Styre. Crescents and Seebsen look the same. El Fenrir. Of course, we don't have Ellie's gear. Do we need to turn up Xenogears at all? Let's go in order. No. Nope, this one's already maxed out. Thor's G-Whip. B circuit, extra AR, FX cleaner, A charger. Nothing we really need. I'll probably bring him along to like the final battle. Maybe him and Billy. Or maybe it should be him and Satan. Let's do Satan first. Do I have enough money to tune up the rest of their gears? Probably not. Let's not spend recklessly. Yeah, better than me. Come again and I'll give you a better deal. Yeah, better you than me. Haha. May actually sell some stuff. Maybe I do have enough money to fix up everybody's gears. I think we're kind of at the end of things here, so... Either defense drive. Oh, that's right, I should use all these drives. Where's all the, like... Yeah, scales... Gold nuggets... Oh wait. Fangs. Eyeballs. Gold bullion. Oops. Oh, she's not compatible with a different engine? Oh no, it just broke. Okay. Well, almost everybody's upgraded. Can I sell more stuff? Oh wait, let me use all the drives and things. I don't think I'm gonna have a chance. There's no reason to keep any items, so... Let's just go through here. Give them all to Faye. Oh, yeah. Anything else here sells for any good amount of money? Not really. I guess I don't really need all these extra whips. Okay, it already has that one. Okay, so we're just short money to upgrade Seebzen's engine, but otherwise everybody's all maxed out. Burning all my rare first edition books and valuable autographs. I know supplies are short, but I can't believe they're burning my treasures. Burn this whole world. My home, my whole family, everything's been destroyed by them. Who cares anymore? Burn it all up. So many have died. If this continues, even more will die. It's the same as 500 years ago. That tragedy and hardship is being repeated again. That's gonna happen to our world. What's gonna happen to us? Gotten awfully cold. I hate the cold. It's killing me. The temperature keeps dropping like this. We'll all be frozen before Deus can finish us off. Us people of Shavat have always dreamed of coming down to live on the planet's surface, but we didn't ever imagine this is how we'd realize this dream. This is unbearable. It's not like we're born just to die. What's going to happen to us now, to this world? We can at least carry on without... We can't carry on without at least drinking. It's scary and lonely. Is the time to be drinking. We got all kinds of good stuff here. You need anything? Oh, I'm broke. Oh, it's just all this stuff. What does Hard Star do? Okay, I don't really need that. I wonder where this goes. Oh, it's this part of Shavat? What happened to... What happened to the Shavat and the choo-choos? Are they okay? This is that old Grandpa Choo-Choo's precious treasure. I wonder what happened to him when Shavat crashed down to Earth. I haven't seen him. Yeah, are the choo-choos okay? This treasure, can we just take it? I'm sure you won't mind if we just borrow it. Received a hero costume. Received Hercules ring. What? A hero costume? Defense down when ally KO. Oh. What does the Hercules ring do? Experience points gained up 50%. I don't know if I need that. If level like 67 or whatever isn't enough, I think we're just screwed. Just borrowing it, just borrowing it. It's not like we're grave robbers or anything, right? Well, I hope they're not dead. Don't hex us or haunt us, okay? Please, we're begging you. A vivid turban. Speed shoots. Yamato belt. Wizardry ring. Are we gonna have time to use Hercules and wizardry rings? The mythical rock, paper, scissors badge. The legendary hide and seek badge. The tag badge that even enthusiasts drool over. That old choo-choo guy must have been so happy. They were displayed so nicely here. I can't take these from him. Faye gently put the badges back where he found them. I hope the choo-choos are okay. I would be very upset if they didn't make it. Not the choo-choos. What do they do to deserve this? Let me check my equipment. I got a Yamano belt. Max HP. Oh, right. That's the thing that... What's his name uses? Half time between turns? Holy shit. Really? That's crazy good. And what was the... There was like a turban they mentioned? Holy Habit, the King's Helm, Yamano. Eh? Where's that thing? Yamane belt, step shoes, dark helm. Can only certain people wear the thing? Huh. I don't see it in my inventory. Exist? It do be existing. I hope the choo-choos are okay. I would be very sad if they didn't make it. I know we're kind of facing Armageddon, but I don't want the silly little creatures to die. That'd be quite upsetting for me. I'm not giving you your money back. They ran away after I sold. Eh? I think I smell treasure over here. Oh, good luck with that. Good luck with that. Oh. Oh, hey. We can finally walk around. What happened to Shavat? Why is it... Why did it crash to the ground? They set a piece to it? It looks like the whole structure. What happened? What the heck? What on earth? Everyone's gonna die. Bruce, bring booze. Many good men are dead now. What kind of doctor am I if I can't save people dying right in front of me? What should an old man like me survive that? Well, I don't know. Just do your best, man. Hey, it's freezing in here. Can't you do something? This is not good for my complexion. I think the temperature of the planet is kind of dropping, so I don't know what you want. Town without prisoners. How boring. Then again, the world itself is like a prison. Gotta keep a positive attitude. You're not my dad. Lance. Lance? The penguins are all here. I'm glad they made it. Hans, is that you? You're alive? Yeah, you too. But if you're here, that means the Tamuz sank. The angels attacked. The Tamuz withstood the onslaught of the Varus, but was defenseless against those angels. Hardly anyone got out in time. They went down with the Tamuz. The captain? Wait a minute. What about the captain? He's okay, right? The captain said he'd watched the end of the Tamuz with his own eyes. He truly was a man of the sea. It's tragic, honestly. Real men of the sea. You're kidding, right? That old guy died? No way. No, the captain is alive. He's the kind that never kills over. Some flashy woman in Tamuz taught me a card game. Do you want to play? No, I'm not good at that card game. I appreciate it, though. It hasn't been that long since my husband died. Please don't think that I'm a loose woman, but because of this man that Wow. That's crazy moving, Hans. So, what happened with you lately? I didn't know you had a son. Kid who just left seemed pretty angry about something. I'm embarrassed you saw that. I got married just before the Tamuz went down. Hey, Mazel Tov! Congratulations! Her name is Anna. She's my wife. She was saved by the Tamuz when the ships were attacked by a Varus. Unfortunately, that's when she lost her husband. Don't misunderstand me. It wasn't out of feeling sorry for her or anything like that, or, well, perhaps, listen, congrats. I'm happy for you, man. You don't have to explain yourself. I just wanted to protect her, that's all. If you call that feeling sorry, then I suppose I don't mind. Listen, man, it's fine. I'm happy for the two of you. The captain teased me mercilessly. He said, "What, a cold lie like you, seducing a widow? Just make sure the kid doesn't hate you." Wow. I don't know if that was teasing. I think that was actually good advice. I think he kind of had the read on that one. I guess the captain was right. My stepson doesn't like me yet, but I'm hoping someday. Well, we'll try to make sure someday occurs, and you just gonna have to sort out the rest on your own. I see. Boy, you've changed. You've changed too, Faye. I don't know how to explain it, but well, for me, I don't know what it is. I guess I've always had someone protecting me. Hans. Faye, I believe that one day, the captain will come down that stairway, tapping with his cane, and he'll say, "Hans, it looks like we got our hands on a priceless treasure." What kind of face is that? You don't believe me, huh? This time, it's true, honest. Maybe someday. Hans, it looks like we'll get our hands on a priceless treasure. Eh? What? A real man of the sea? What kind of a face is that? Captain! What's all this shouting out, Captain? Cut it out, you fool. Do you know how worried I've been? Ha! I've been telling you all along. Don't you get it? Now listen. Men of the sea, never say die. That's so real. This guy's fucking awesome. What a king. I love this dude. You were such a real man of the sea. Hans, this time it's true. It's an island with buried treasure. It's called Dunmin's Isle. An ancient hero defeated a monster there. Now legend had it, his fabled sword rests there. What info do you have? Do you know where the place is? What about a ship? Don't you know where it is? Don't know where it is? Don't have a ship? Don't worry with the details. Don't you know that attitude of yours is why that kid won't take to you? Oof, oof, oof. Yeah, yeah, he's not teasing you. That's just advice. Like, he's serious. He's serious and he actually has the read. Like, you gotta listen. Listen, Hans, you gotta hear him out. This guy's based, actually. That's none of your business. Well, by the time the kid actually decides to like you, I'll have managed to get a new ship. Till then, give it all for your family, lad. Give your family the love they need, while you still have that chance. This guy's so fucking based. What a king. Where is he going? This guy's awesome. It hasn't been that long. A loose woman. You're not a loose woman. You don't have to say that. Jeez, when it comes to him, everyone's down and they're the only ones looking happy. Annoying, isn't it? Why you gotta hate on my man? He's married. Listen, they're a happy family. They're working it out. So the captain's giving the kid a talking to. What? How did I survive? Don't worry about those minor details. It's fucking the common writer. It's easy to fake my own death. Fuck your exposition. If you worry about things, then kids will hate you, just like they hate Hans. You don't have to tear him apart that bad. I wish you were my dad. Can I call you dad? No, you gotta call him Captain. That's a laugh. A walrus with a penguin for a son. I'm not a penguin, I'm a dolphin. Oh, Hans is a penguin. Oh, he isn't. My dad is a dolphin too. Captain Daddy? Eh? No. He already has a dad, he has a stepdad. Listen, Hans may not be his dad, but he is the dad that stepped up. Oops, forget what I just said. I didn't mean to call him dad. Like, who would want a father like him? Wow, I'm sure they'll work it out. Oh, hey, this place. Wait, how would this... Wait, I'm a little confused by the arrangement of that. Truth reflecting mirror. Does this just check the weight system? What was the point of this? Okay, sit down, you take a look. What do you think? How about Bart? I like that they... Wait. No, is the eye patch on the right side or the wrong side? I think it's on the wrong side, actually. I think they messed that up. Well, anyway. No, we can't get upstairs anymore. Okay, with that, let me go back and save. Which one of these goes back to the room we started at? Is it through here, or is that to outside? Where's the save point? Okay, that one goes outside. Maybe this way? Yes. Okay. Let's save. And then I'll start winding things down. Okay. Stretch. Okay. You know, I honestly don't know where we're at with this game. I thought we would be done by today. It seems like we won't be, and it seems like the disc 2 actually just opened up a lot. So, I have no idea how much longer it's gonna be. So next week will also be Xenogears. I didn't expect that to be the case, but we're still in it. In about 30 minutes, we'll have a watch along in the Discord. I'll be putting on tokusatsu shows. Let me grab a link. Copy link. Yeah, join the Discord if you want to join the watch along. There will be another watch along tomorrow for anime, and a watch along on Monday after Front Mission 5 stream for a movie. We'll be watching The Legend of Dinosaurs and Monster Birds. I think this is a kaiju movie. I'm unclear if it's a kaiju movie or these are just dinosaurs. But you know, dinosaurs are in a certain sense kaiju. It depends. That's a matter of perspective, really. But putting that aside, it's kind of a kaiju. Yeah, it's kind of a kaiju film, I would say. That's about right. But for now, I'm gonna find somebody to rate. Sharky is still alive, but has anyone started more recently? A couple of people. It. Wiki, who started? Cho-chan. What would be good? Let me see, there's a couple of people here. I want to see who started more recently. Okay, Wiki's like 5 hours in. Oh, here's somebody. They're just starting now. Perfect. Okay, I'll send you along. It seems like they're doing Pokemon. They're doing Pokemon Legends EA. So I'll send you along to another Pokemon stream. Aside from Hoshi's stream. That's actually right. Let me shout out Hoshi again. And get their raid message. Oh. Wait, I broke the thing. hold on. So let me shout out... Oops. Okay. So shout out to Hoshi again, as thanks for the raid. And let me get their raid message. So copy that raid message and we'll get going. But yeah, this game that was a lot of that was possibly the most dense but also the most elucidating expedition we got. A lot of the other expositions were kind of incomplete. Maybe aside from the one we got in Solaris, that was also pretty helpful. We're getting there. We're understanding more and more about the setting as it is wiped from the face of existence by impending doom. Just in time, we're figuring out what's actually going on. Armageddon, right on schedule. But yeah, bye-bye.